ghost. And I'm after kids who fuss and fight and never rest their necks at night. Ooh, don't tie cans to a doggy's head.
Ooh, I'll get you when the moon turns pale.
I'm a ghost. Ooh, I'm a ghost. Ooh, I'm a snooky, ooky, spooky, wooky, eerie ghost.
I'm a ghost. Ooh, I'm a ghost. Ooh, and I haunt all of the bad little boys who tell big fibs and break up toys. I'm a ghost. Ooh, I'm a ghost. Ooh, and I'm after kids who fuss and fight and never say their prayers at night.
Ooh, eat your spinach every day. Ooh, or you can't go out and play.
I'm a ghost. Ooh, I'm a ghost. Ooh, I'm a snooky, spooky, 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 earweed, rearweed, gillweed ghost.
The last of the granny witches. We are a particular breed. Our roots grow deeper than the cedars, and yet we don't know precisely where or who it is that we grew from. We are a mystery as old as the hills themselves, and it doesn't take much figuring to know we are enigmas of intentional design and destiny. God knows our names. We are not Northerners, damn Yankees, the menfolk Confederate influence called them, and this we know without a doubt. I myself was always preened into believing I was a Southern child, born out of notions of gallantry and romance, but the fact is I ain't a low country belle, and I never picked a shred of cotton or been to a debutante ball. We are not peaches, and these mountain women before us were not delicate flowers or distressed coquettes. In these old heirloom hills, the women are as tough as the men, and then some. There was only one person Pow was leery of, and it was my mom. Now, you are not a peach. Never mind how long you thought you were, or the times your daddy said so. No, you're not. You are not easily bruised fruit. The blood in our veins is laced with old magic and the secrets of the noble savants before us. We are the last of the granny witches, the old ones, the original Appalachian queens. We are daughters of the Celts and the offspring of the Druids and medieval mavens, the natives of the old world craft, and we are their children. And although we are indeed mysterious as these old hills, we still have that Celt and Cherokee elder magic in our bones. I had beheld deviation in my grandmother's kitchen as she would foretell future events spelled out in the remnants of black tea or coffee grounds at the bottom of a common porcelain cup. With my own eyes, I have witnessed warts and scars blown clean off the skin with nothing more than believing breath and a skyward nod toward the Maker. These magic women, those healers of wounds and tellers of fortune and hex casters, never considered themselves anything but noble and proud and God-fearing, and it didn't bother them to be called a granny witch or a beard charmer or a medicine woman. These were gifts to them from the divine. And I recall bed sheets over mirrors in rooms. Some tired old soul had just given up the ghost. Nobody wants to be haunted forever, not even by somebody they once loved, and so they cover up the mirror so the spirit won't see themselves and linger around. Ain't a one of us needs a specter in the house. That's why Sister Brown paints her ceiling haint blue. You just never know and can never be too sure. Some folks don't know when to leave, even after they're dead. And the horseshoe hanging up right above the front door won't do a thing for spirit, but at least your luck won't ever run out. And you do such things yourself too, and likely have never spent a juncture of a thought as to why, or from where, or from who, or for what consequence. I would wager you never pick up a coin that's face down or cross the path of a black cat without blessing yourself, or at least thinking that you're not superstitious anyway, and convince yourself there's no need to give to that cat a second thought, and your very blood will chill when a broken clock starts a tick, tick, ticking again, for you already know what that means, and it's not to tell the time. There once was many more of us, back in the old days when it seemed like God was sleeping somewhere over the mountain and the old ones ruled the land and fended for themselves. But that time is long gone. We must work harder to preserve our magic, for it is fading into the background noise of technology and naysayers and lawmen that tell us we are common, simple folks and feed us pills and poverty to quiet us. I fear that we are truly the last of the granny witches, the last tellers of tales, and that will be the end of our magic. Some of us have already lost it, but that old blood still courses through my veins, and perhaps you can feel it too when the sparrow smashes against the window or the cow moves after dark. What we send out into the yonder surely comes back home to us eventually. It always has. Send out your magic. Don't be the last of your kind. We are the daughters of the Celts and the offspring of the Druids and the medieval mavens and the natives of the old world craft. And yes, God knows your name. Tell your tales and bewitch history, just like the mother mountains with their ages of charm and mystery, where peaches have never grown. Anna Weiss, Appalachian Link. Thank you, Steve Stockton, for bringing this to our channel. And thank you to all the granny witches, the bee charmers, the medicine women, the herbalists, the healers, the lovers of light, the light grounders, the gatekeepers. Keep your lights burning.
was that?
You saw that too, right?
Is that a reflector?
Nope, it just moved. It's probably a cat. Okay, so go towards it. Guys. Like, I go to these places, but I'm not, like, trying to, like, chase shit.
Oh, these are the Clark brothers. They're built a little differently.
What?
Fucking black cat. Well, it looks black because it's dark, but it was a cat.
Sure it's a cat?
Yeah, I watched it walk across the road in front of her back.
When I was here last time, I seen a cat up here. I'm afraid you fucking turn my back, dude. I'm not even kidding.
It wasn't a cat though, because it had blue eye shine. Probably a coon. Or a skunk. Cats have yellow.
My right
I feel alright now, but when I started walking after the bridge there, the farther I walked, it got heavier and heavier, and I started getting dizzy.
I saw you drop down a bit.
Started getting really heavy.
I'm not that.
For a second, like, I couldn't see. I started getting dizzy.
No, you're serious.
I'm fucking. I'm not lying. Up there on the bridge,
Dude,
my ankles still feel weird. It's
my
like something's trying to hold me down and keep me here.
I told you that the section
But
between
it's not really strong, you
it's
know.
not something. Okay, so when I've been here before and I've walked across, I've gotten like a super weird feeling, like right through here. It was just right here, like this end of the bridge.
Yeah, now right here it's getting heavy again. It's like, don't wait. Every time I walk away from that road back there, it's like I want to turn around and go back.
That's fucked up.
Okay. Oh. You know, this makes sense. It's a flashlight and a camera. Who knew? There's a bottle here.
Should you go under the bridge?
No. Are you guys going under the bridge? I mean, you technically could.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's watch them do it.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. If you want to go, you can go.
No, I'm
Oh.
like I'm saying, I don't think like to shine a flashlight. I don't want to go down there.
I'm zooming in. Let's see. Let's check out the other side. How are you guys doing down there? Oh, you guys are over on that side?
Really?
After the bullfrog.
No.
How are you feeling, Laura?
I feel fine right now.
Yeah, I feel okay. Man, it does look creepy.
Oh, okay, that was weird.
What? What happened?
I just felt like water, like a droplet of water went right here on my
Oh.
leg. But it doesn't rain sideways. Okay, that was really weird. It's not even like misting, is it?
No. Well, I mean, it's pretty.
But why would I feel like, literally okay, my arm's over my leg, like it's not gonna hit.
Hmm.
That was weird.
Like you felt it on your skin?
Yeah, it felt like, because I have sweatpants on, it felt
Yeah.
like water, a drop of water went through my pants, just one, and it hit my leg.
Damn.
It just, it was like that feeling of water, but my pants don't, look, I don't think there's anything wet on there.
Your pants aren't wet?
No.
Oh. I mean, did it feel cold?
Not cold, but cool, yes,
Hmm.
Cool drip of water. I swear, I'm not making it up.
I don't know. Are you guys picking up on anything?
No.
There were no shell casings left behind. And it seemed that nobody was awake or heard, which is, again, a big part of the mystery. Why did
One teenager in the neighborhood, he was awakened by the sound of the DeFeo's Old English sheepdog, Shaggy, barking at about 3:15 in the morning. But why had nobody heard any shots?
To not hear a gun go off 6 times of that caliber when you were that close to this house is not believable at all. I do not understand how that happened.
The English countryside has been populated by so many people for so long a time that it has acquired a rich legacy of spirits and ghosts. A 200-year-old monarch may pace the library of a great fortress. Henry VIII, we are told, still drags his gout-ridden foot through broken cloisters and cobwebbed passages. Long-dead prisoners plead for mercy in empty dungeons. Ancient druids still haunt Stonehenge. Guillotine victims ride across the rolling plains carrying their severed heads. Every generation has added its ghostly collection of vampires, phantoms, and monsters of the netherworld. Today, a roll call of specters stretches the length of the kingdom. Perhaps it is the willingness of its citizens to believe in the supernatural. Whatever the cause, Great Britain, wrote one expert, is the most haunted place on Earth.
Ghosts have a tendency to stay in one place, usually the location of their demise. Since most English castles were built many centuries ago, the apparitions that haunt them have had enough time to scare enough people to become legends. The people who own these castles continue to live in them. Strange sights and hideous noises are considered part of the bargain, along with poor plumbing and drafty rooms.
Ghosts are accepted as eccentric members of the family, and in many cases, they were just that before they died. At Wolverton Manor, for example, we encounter the very rowdy ghost of Lord Thomas Trenchard. His story is told by his descendant, Captain Thimbleby.
In the early 18th century, Thomas Trenchard, after, no doubt, a very good dinner party, with a lot of port in his belly, had a wager with his friend that he could take a horse and carriage up the great stairs, which he indeed did. And in fact, some of the stairs have been repaired where the edges have been chipped off. How on earth he got down again, one doesn't know, but he won his wager, and we hear him going up the stairs every now and again over the years.
A strange part of Wolverton Manor's ghostly carriage is that it has never been known to return down the stairs. So much for noisy apparitions.
Authentic English ghosts are not known to physically attack people. On numerous occasions, however, they have frightened someone to death. This happened on a lovely country estate in Dorset, and the story is told to us by Emma Leavesley.
My family had owned this house for more than 400 years, I think. And there were legends that something monstrous appeared in the middle of the night and was so frightening that two of my ancestors had actually gone mad after they'd seen it. I hated sleeping there. I used to dread going to bed because I would always have nightmares there, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night and think they were real, and there was definitely something horrible about it. Anyway, one night when my grandmother was a very little girl, which was about 1880 or 1890, she and her sister were living in this house. My grandmother at one end of a corridor, and her sister at the other end. Probably the same room that I was in, maybe even the same bed. One night, they went to bed perfectly normally, having said goodnight to each other. And what happened next, no one knows for certain, but it was obviously absolutely horrifying. My grandmother rushed down the corridor to see what was happening. As she opened the door, she thought she caught a glance of something so horrible that she nearly fainted. But it disappeared almost immediately. The worst thing was that when she looked at the bed, her sister had stopped screaming and she was just lying there dead. I hate it as a story, and I wish she'd never told me, really, because I still have nightmares about it, and I'm sure I feel something that poor girl went through when I've slept in that room.
In most hauntings, sounds are more common than sightings, and ghostly rituals are usually performed by a single figure. But in our next dramatization, both sights and sounds occur, and two 18th century Englishmen are locked together for eternity.
Robin Wordsworth owns Bag Lake House and keeps alive the story of the double tragedy that took place in 1759.
There was a man who lived here once called Squire William Light, and he had the front of this house built onto an older house in 1719. This we know for a fact. The rest of the story is really legend. The idea is that Squire Light came home from hunting, perhaps a little drunk.
The water was shallow, but deep enough to drown a drunken squire. The squire's groom went searching for his long overdue master. groom's wife found him near the pond. He told her his monstrous tale, then died.
That's the story, and it's still believed in the village. People don't care to walk past this house at night, the younger people. And during the 40 years I've been here, quite a number of level-headed people have felt disturbances of various kinds and seen things and heard footsteps which can't be accounted for.
After years of horrible, unexplained sounds, the local priest attempted to exorcise both Squire Light and the groom from the household. His efforts were partially successful. Local citizens believe that the squire is now confined to the chimney and moans complainingly when the wind blows. The groom, however, lingers outside and faithfully calls his master. Those who share the squire's taste for whiskey claim that they see his specter rising from the pond when the moon is full. As we shall learn in our next story, they should be thankful that he doesn't scream.
On the morning of February the 22nd, 1953, when the National Trust that now owned the house decided to have the heating system Frank had put in taken out and replaced by a new one. So we have this team of heating engineers and plumbers busy working in the house, and on this morning the most junior member of the team, Harry Martingale, who was an 18-year-old apprentice plumber at the time, is sent down here to the cellars to work entirely on his own. What a lucky guy. Well, the job he'd been given was fairly straightforward, just enough a hole through the ceiling for a pipe to run through. Harry brings with him a set of ladders, and when he gets to this point in the cellar floor, he notices a sort of excavation trench has been dug down, much lower down than its existing level, and although Harry didn't know it at the time, it had actually exposed a stretch of the Roman road that passes, or one of them, that passes beneath the treasurer's house. It had been investigated at that time. But Harry just saw this as a nice, safe, suitable place, to put his ladders. So he puts the feet of the ladders in the trench, leans his ladders up against the wall, climbs up the ladders, and he gets busy working. Well, he's been working for 5-6 hours or so without any problems when he starts to hear a strange sound. It was a musical sort of sound, so he thinks to himself, it's just probably one of my friends playing a radio higher up the house. But of course he's totally wrong. The sound started to get louder and louder and closer to him up the ladder. And he also notices, although it is a musical sound that he's listening to, it's not a song or a tune that's being played, it's the same single note over and over again. Rather things like somebody blowing into a horn or a trumpet maybe. Well, he still tries to ignore it. The sound gets so loud, he's definitely coming from the cellars, but yet here he is entirely on his own. In fact, it's coming from this very part of the wall here. He's up the ladder there, he glances down to look at the source of the sound, and suddenly, out from the solid wall steps the figure of a Roman soldier, wearing a helmet with plume feathers down the back, wearing full military uniform. As the soldier steps from the wall, though, Harry notices something very, very peculiar. The soldier can only be seen from his knees upwards. But then when the soldier steps down into the trench, i.e. onto the Roman road, you can see the entire figure. Well, Harry's so amazed by this, he leans back too far and he topples off his ladder. But he picks himself up and he goes to hide as best as he can in that far corner of the cellar over there, and he crouches down, makes himself as small as he can, just in case the soldier means him some harm. But the soldier totally ignores him, marches across the cellar floor, disappears through the solid wall in that area there. Well, Harry thinks about escaping, of course, but he can't. More sounds are coming out of the wall, this time the sound of a horse's hoots. And what emerged next was an absolutely massive horse. On top of the horse was a rather proud-looking Roman soldier, and he had a circular shield over his left arm. As the horse comes out of the wall, that also couldn't be seen entirely, but then when the horse puts its hoofs into the trench that's been dug, he can see right down to the bottom of its legs. And he said what's a bit unusual about this particular horse was it had very bushy, feathery fetlocks around here. He said it was more like a cart horse, than a normal standard type of horse. Well, the soldier sitting on top of the horse totally ignores Harry, quivering and shaking in the corner there, follows his friend across the cellar floor. He and the horse go through the solid wall. Harry's just about to think of escaping again, but he can't. More noises are coming out of the wall. This time we've got footsteps, marching footsteps. What begins to come out next is the beginning of a whole column of soldiers marching in pairs. Harry counted about 18 to 20 in the actual column itself. All of the soldiers stepping out of the wall, only visible from the knees upwards. Once they're into the trench, you can see right down to the bottom of their feet. And he said all of these soldiers, you can now see, were wearing open-toed leather sandals, and they had leather strappings around the lower part of the legs, just up to the knees there. The first of the pair at the head of the column, the soldier on the left-hand side, he was carrying a large stretch wind instrument, possibly the sound he'd heard earlier on. They all start to march across the floor. Well, Harry said he was so close to these soldiers crouched in the corner, he could actually hear them talking to each other, but they weren't speaking a language that he could understand at all. Well, later he gave a very, very detailed description of them. He said they were smallish figures, all wearing military uniforms, and this consisted of leather jackets on the top part of the body, and then beneath that, Harry said they were wearing, well, he called them funny little skirts. Tunics, of course, weren't they, coming down to just above the knee, and he said they were all green in colour. All of the soldiers were armed, 2 or 3 were carrying spears, but most of them just had short little swords that were in holsters on the right-hand side of their body. All in all, Harry said these soldiers, and again the phrase that he used was, didn't give a very good impression of themselves. Now what he meant by that is they certainly weren't marching proudly across the cellar floor. Harry said these soldiers were trudging along very slowly, they looked quite sad figures. Also he said these were scruffy soldiers, quite a number had mud splattered all over their legs and parts of the uniform. Quite a number of them hadn't shaved for several days, you could see the stubble clearly on their faces. And it was as though they'd been out on an expedition, perhaps that lasted for several days, maybe hadn't worked out as well as they were hoping, so here they were trudging back to their sleeping quarters. Well, as the first pairs of the column itself began to go through the solid wall, there was one other thing that absolutely staggered Harry. And that was that not a single one of these soldiers reacted to him in the corner. Not a single one of them even looked at him. And the reason Harry was so amazed by this is because he said, these soldiers, they weren't ghost soldiers. They weren't transparent figures. They weren't sort of willowy, wispy, foggy type figures you tend to think of when somebody says, I've seen a ghost. He said these soldiers were totally solid and real. He said they were so lifelike, he was sure that if he knelt up in that corner and stretched out as far as he could with his arm, he could have touched the soldiers that were nearest to him. But he was far too scared to do that, of course. But when the last pairs of the column had gone through the wall and the footsteps and the voices got fainter and fainter and fainter, Harry makes a run for it, picks himself up, sprints across the cellar, dashes up the first tunnel, rushes up the second one, scrambles up the steps that you came down, and he plonked himself on the top step up there. He was shaking like a leaf, absolutely terrified. Well, the old warden who's in charge of the house at this time sees Harry sitting there. He knows, obviously, something very serious has happened, so he walks over to him, and before Harry has a chance to say a single word about what he'd seen, the warden leans over him and he said, by the looks of you, my lad, I think you've seen them Roman soldiers. Because the warden had seen the exact same soldiers here the previous year, but never told anyone. Well, Harry Martindale went on immediate sick leave, and he never works as a plumber for the rest of his life. That's the last he sees of any soldiers. But 4 years later, in 1957, we get more amazing sightings here. The keeper of the house by that time, the warden, was a lady called Joan Mawson, and her job was to unlock all the rooms first thing in the morning, including coming down to the boiler room. But Joan was a very proud owner of 2 little Yorkshire Terrier dogs, and they were allowed to run everywhere with her throughout this house. But on this morning, as soon as she opened the top door, her dogs dashed down the first tunnel and disappeared up the second tunnel. As Joan started to walk down the first tunnel, she said she then started to hear her dogs. She said they started making the most horrible sound she'd ever heard. A mixture of howls and snarling. She came on the second tunnel to investigate, got to the opening then and looked through, and said she saw that her dogs were watching a column of 18 to 20 Roman soldiers wearing green tunics, quite a number splattered with mud, she said, walking in pairs across the cellar floor, disappeared through the wall. 2 months later, she has a second sighting. In the boiler room itself, hears noises in here. Her first reaction has been a break-in. Comes to go on the second tunnel to investigate. Gets to the opening there, looks through, again said she saw 18 to 20 soldiers, similar to the one she'd seen on the first sighting. But this time, each of the soldiers was leading a horse by its reins across the cellar floor. She said quite a few of the horses were splattered with mud, she noticed, and they disappeared one by one through the wall. And then in December 57, she has the third and last ever sighting. Walking down the first tunnel to get to the boiler room, she hears noises in here there obviously should not have been. She comes along the second tunnel. She gets to the opening. She looks through. She says she swore blind. She saw the exact same soldiers she'd seen on the second sighting, but this time all mounted on their horses, but all slumped forward, clinging onto their horses' necks as though they were either fast asleep or completely and utterly worn out. And Joan said it looked to her as though it was the horses that were having to take the poor soldiers back to the quarters, and they disappear one by one through the wall. Well, that's the last ever sighting of any soldiers in the house, you'll be pleased to know. But what about Harry Martindale? Well, Harry kept quiet about what he'd seen for many months. He doesn't think anybody's going to believe him anyway, but because he's on sick leave, his friends are pestering him all the time. Why are you not at work, Harry lad? Have you done your back in? I'm not going back to work. Get back to work, Harry lad, you'll lose your job. I don't care about my job. And he was sad. But then to shut his friends up, he chooses a small group of his very closest friends, and he decides to tell them exactly what's happened, and he tries to make them promise not to tell anybody else. Too good a story, they tell their friends who tell their friends who tell them, and it gets into the newspapers. Well, Harry's then interviewed by a whole team of experts on the Roman fort, on Roman military history, and he's quizzed about some of the details he gave, which were a little bit baffling. Was he certain that one of the soldiers was carrying a circular and not the more normal rectangular shaped shields Roman soldiers usually carry? No, Harry said, of course I could tell the shape of that shield. Definitely a circular shield, a big one, and it had a big raised hubs thing in the centre there. And what about these tunics, Harry, these skirts? You said they were green in colour, but it was a bit dark down here. Could you not have been mistaken in the light? Could they not have been red tunics those soldiers were wearing? Again, as was more normal. No, Harry said it was a bit dark down here, but I could see the colour. Definitely green tunics and quite a few splattered with mud there. What about these swords? You said they had their swords on their right-hand side. Sure, it's on that side, on the left-hand side where they had the swords. No, Harry said, it was the side closest to me. I was crouched in that corner, definitely on the right-hand side. Well, the first people who talked to him don't believe a word he says, of course, because his description of these soldiers is complete and utter nonsense. But as a consequence of the great archaeological digs undertaken in the city in the 1990s, through into the 2000s, still ongoing. We've uncovered a whole mass of materials from the fort itself, and those materials are there for you to see in the Yorkshire Museum, in the Museum Gardens if you wish to. And we now know more than we've ever done about those reserve troops left to run the fort as the regulars have headed off back to try to defend Rome. It turns out that those soldiers in the fort at that time were always issued with circular, not rectangular shields. They wore green, not red tunics, and they carried their swords in what were known as scabbards on the right-hand side of their bodies, with them to use as dagger-type weapons. So lots of the subsequent evidence backs up Harry's story. Now, instead of having never worked as a plumber again, in fact, he became, he had an 8-month nervous breakdown, and then when he got himself back together, he joined the Royal Air Force, and he saw some active service in Aden and Cyprus during the late 1950s, early 60s. He then left the RAF and became a police officer, and he served until his retirement here in the city. He's now 78 years of age, and of course next year will be the 60th anniversary of what happened. We're hoping to make quite a fuss of Harry next year, and even hoping to try to persuade him to come down here to lead some tours, possibly to raise money for a charity of his choice. But he doesn't know this yet, because we've not told him, but it's in the plans, and interestingly, just before I come to an end now, interestingly, Harry's given hundreds and hundreds of interviews to the world's media, because this is an internationally known story. He hasn't changed a single detail about what he said he saw. Also, quite interestingly, he's deliberately chosen not to take a single penny for any of the interviews he's given, or any of the articles that he's helped writers to write about his stories. So he's certainly not in this for the money. To finish, for me, the most intriguing thing about Harry's story is that if he had wanted to invent a story of seeing a load of Roman soldiers down here, be believed right from the very word go, maybe cashed in on his story if he wanted to, then in order for him to be believed, the descriptions of the soldiers that he would have given would have matched the pictures of traditional Roman soldiers he'd have seen at school as a young boy, but instead the descriptions that he comes out with were totally unbelievable at the time he gave them, remained unbelievable for many years, and it's only fairly recently that those descriptions now make sense, and that's what we think makes Harry's whole story just that little bit interesting.
Survived to tell his incredible story, it may be that the Bermuda Triangle eventually brought about his sudden death. Wakely was a professional pilot with over 10 years' experience at the time of the incident. He was completing a routine flight. After dropping off charter passengers in Nassau, he was on his way back to Miami. The weather was very clear, and the stars were crisp and shining. From that moment, Charles Wakely was determined to explore the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle.
Bermuda Triangle, case history number 31. Alice Johnson. Subject was flying from Bermuda to Miami. Halfway to destination, subject had an encounter with an unknown force.
Yes, I admit the glowing wings, the eerie light, the same feeling of horror, just like the other pilots who don't want to talk about it.
Wakely's research ended tragically that night in 1974. The killer and the motive are still a mystery.
I'm frightened. I want to forget this thing. I want to go on living.
Just what is out here? Is it some unseen force in the air? Or on the surface of the water? Or maybe lurking below? Some anomalies are known to exist out here. For instance, most seamen and pilots are aware of two navigational quirks in the Bermuda Triangle. One is called dead spots, which causes radios to go out. The other is a variation in magnetic compasses, which in the triangle point to true north instead of toward magnetic north. And there is another mystery of the Bermuda Triangle that no one can deny, because you can see it, touch it. It's right out here, just off the Bahamas. The luminous glowing of the mysterious white waters. Columbus was the first to see it when he entered the New World. And it's the last view of Earth when the astronauts rocket through space toward the moon. The phenomenon still baffles modern science. But the Greek philosopher Plato may have had the answer, along with the ancient Egyptians and the world-renowned psychic Edgar Cayce. They were all agreed the fabled continent of Atlantis sank into the sea in this area some 12,000 years ago. Thousands of people around the world have followed the startling revelations of Edgar Cayce, who predicted many years before they happened certain earthquakes, the assassination of U.S. presidents, even the highly sophisticated developments like the powerful laser. Could the white waters somehow be connected with Cayce's claim that Atlantis is lying underwater here off Bimini? This sonar scan shows a large mass on the sea bottom, which plainly outlines something shaped like an immense pyramid. The height is estimated at 420 feet, with a base of 540 feet, very close to the dimensions of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Almost 100 prehistorians and archaeologists believe that the lost world of Atlantis did exist. These scientific investigators place Atlantis exactly where Plato, the Egyptians, and Cayce said it was, at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. In 1940, Edgar Cayce predicted the first portions of Atlantis would be discovered off Bimini in 1968. As if to fulfill this curious archaeological prediction, 28 years later, in 1968, oceanographer Dr. Jane Manson Valentine and 3 associates discovered an extensive wall of irregular stones, shaped and accurately aligned, forming what is now known as the Bimini Road or Wall, whose exposed section alone measures over 900 feet long. Our own history records the cataclysmic destruction of whole civilizations, like Pompeii, buried by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius before the birth of Christ. Some experts seriously believe that an advanced culture like Atlantis could have existed 12,000 years ago, and its wealth of knowledge was buried with it in a sudden calamity. In 1933, Edgar Cayce described ruins that lay below the waters of Bimini, where an immense energy of the stars was concentrated, stored in a powerful crystal, called the Tuawi stone, radiated energy which Casey believed this prism-like device drew its immense power from the universe itself, from magnetic forces which were ultimately pushed to such extremes that the Atlanteans unleashed uncontrollable forces of nature from the very bowels of the earth itself. Were Plato and Edgar Casey correct? Is Atlantis here, under the water off Bimini? And what about that powerful Tuawi stone Casey spoke of? That magnetic force crystal that harnessed the awesome power of the stars? Could it still be down there somewhere, below the waters off Bimini? Perhaps still active? Still another theory favored in some circles is a sort of anti-gravity tunnel, visible only as a whirlpool in the sea. An inverse magnetic field capable of altering the molecular structure of any physical property entering it. Well, this may seem fantastic. There is a woman who actually witnessed just such a vortex. Her name is Helen Miser. The date, August 25th, 1971.
I know my story sounds very fantastic, but it is true. Please believe me, I knew nothing of science or such complicated things as gravity. On that day, I was just a tourist, enjoying my flight from Miami to Nassau on a beautiful sunny morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Breakfast will be served in a few minutes. Everything all right?
Please, everyone! Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have your attention? Captain Marshall has just informed us that it may be necessary to make an emergency
If someone had told me that such things could have happened in the Bermuda Triangle, I would never have believed them. But now I know that anything is possible.
Terrified and near panic like the other passengers, Elaine Misa completely forgot the camera she was holding. So she didn't get a photograph of the strange whirlpool. But later, she and other passengers aboard Flight 51 compared accounts of what they had seen. And she drew this picture of the vortex. Frau Misa was a very lucky woman. She survived a terrifying experience with a magnetic vortex. Others have not been so fortunate.
Were asking for physical evidence to support the stories of the reported creature. In 1958, Gerald Crew was building a new road in a wilderness area in Northern California. For several mornings in a row, he noted there were huge, human-like footprints around his bulldozer. He obtained some plaster of Paris and made casts of them. Here now was physical evidence of something that made tracks. Some scientists say they are made by a prankster. Here is another investigator, René Dahinden.
No scientist ever came out in the bush to look at the footprints which we found. No scientists ever studied these tracks. They're sitting there saying they're faked without ever having seen footprints in the area where we found them. No technical evaluation was ever made. In my opinion, after having seen 3,000 footprints myself of 6 different sizes, I came to the conclusion this tracks to be made by a living foot, a creature with a foot like this, a Sasquatch, rather than a man with artificial feet.
The task of the investigator has not been an easy one. On one hand, he is greeted by individuals who just saw Bigfoot and believes it. On the other, he is met with cries of derision and fakery. There is beginning to be a new line of thinking from the scientific community on this subject. Here is Dr. Grover Krantz, physical anthropologist at Washington State University, which explains his view.
As a physical anthropologist, I've decided that these creatures do, in all likelihood, exist. The evidence of the footprints is what I find the most convincing. This is an example of one footprint. This is a plaster cast, which shows a crippled individual. The foot was twisted, and 2 bulges appear, calloused structures on the outside edge of the foot, and correspond to gaps in the bones, which I've reconstructed here. If this was faked, the person doing it had to be an absolute expert in human anatomy.
Perhaps the most startling and far-reaching event in the recent history of Bigfoot hunting happened to a long-time investigator by the name of Roger Patterson. In October of 1967, he and a friend were in the Bluff Creek area of Northern California to investigate a reported sighting of 2 creatures. Suddenly his horse shied as a large creature stood erect from behind a log where it had been drinking from the creek. Patterson grabbed a 16mm camera from the saddlebag and jumped from the back of the rearing horse to take the following pictures. Let's hear in Patterson's words exactly what happened that day.
As I walked across the sandbar, I was able to get some fairly good footage of it. It turned a couple of times and looked at us, and as it turned, it seemed to give me the impression that it didn't want anything to do with us. It didn't want anything to do with us. It didn't run. It didn't act scared, but yet it acted leery of us.
Patterson thought that he had proved once and for all that the creatures existed. But he found that even the film was in question. As a result, the footage was submitted to experts in various fields. Among them was Janusz Prohaska. Active in the motion picture industry since 1939 as an impersonator of animals of the ape family, Mr. Prohaska was convinced that Roger Patterson had filmed a living, wild creature.
The movement is the only thing what throwed me a little bad, because he moved a little bit more like a man than an animal. Because you could see all the muscles on the body and the whole movement. It didn't move like a costume at all. And the size of it was enormous big size, so I don't know if they find a big man like that.
Ron Olson of the North American Wildlife Research Association has studied the Patterson footage as much as anyone. Ron, what did you see in this footage?
Well, this footage proved to me that these creatures are real and that they do exist.
Now, how tall would you estimate that one to be?
This creature was estimated by scientific methods to be about 7.5 to 8 feet tall. He was taking a stride of about 47 inches to 65. After he became spooked or more scared, he stretched to 65.
Now, how does the length of that stride compare to, well, let's say the average stride of a man?
Well, the average stride of a man is about, maximum stride of a man would be about 3 feet.
Now, that arm appears to be proportionately longer than, say, a human arm. Have there been any estimates worked out on that?
Yes, there has. The arm is, and always has been in all sightings, in all cases, definitely longer than a human's.
Now a central reporting system has been developed, and all sightings can now be reported to our Portland headquarters by simply dialing Bigfoot, Portland, Oregon. Other information can be obtained by writing Bigfoot, Portland, Oregon.
It was inevitable that sooner or later these sightings and observations would result in something specific. That someday someone would come forth to try to prove or disprove once and for all the validity of these stories.
We come right back to the basics again, to the, the cynical, ruthless point, and this is produce the creature. And everything else is all nice, it's interesting, makes life very exciting and so on, but that's about all it does.
Morgan has driven to the Canadian border to confer with two men who are chasing Sasquatch through British Columbia, where creature sightings have become commonplace. Renee de Hinden lives here year-round and has been on Bigfoot's trail for 2 decades. John Green, author-journalist, has written 3 books on the subject. Over a picnic table rich with Bigfoot artifacts, the 3 men discuss their different operating methods. De Hinden and Green both say the creature must be brought in dead or alive. Morgan contends that Sasquatch is too human-like to destroy.
I don't think there's any argument that the fastest way to bring this to legislation for the betterment of the species, the fastest way would be killing one.
The only way.
Possibly. However, the killing of one, how does the... I just feel that I really feel that the youth of this world and the people that are young at heart have had enough of the killing. I really feel they have had sufficient of the slaughter of species for the so-called enlightenment of man. But I think that it is time for a new precedent to be set, for legislation to be passed on an accepted species without total so-called scientific knowledge.
All right. Why pick this species? Are you going to stop people from slaughtering hundreds of thousands of deer every fall?
Why not start now?
Why start with this one?
Well,
I'll tell you why. It's because it looks more like man than any other, and as far as I'm concerned, that is a concern for humankind, not for any animal kind.
You remind me of the little old lady who got all hepped up when I told her I would kill a Sasquatch, and then she went in and had a steak dinner. First thing first, and the first thing is to find proof, 100%, so there's unquestionable evidence available which prove the existence of this creature. And the rest of them is all, well, it's nice. You know, you can dream about it and so on, but you have to be cynical, you have to be ruthless, and it's no game. It's no game. It's one of the biggest scientific discoveries the world has ever seen. In an anthropological and probably zoological and biological sense, and might revamp or turn over the whole theory of evolution and everything else.
But
that would flip our lid, to put it bluntly.
But I would rather.
So therefore, you know, never mind the philosophical discussions. I say go grab him, any which way.
I would rather lose than win that way.
Well, you know, if you're in this business 20 years, you haven't got time anymore for no. I'm in this to collect the Sasquatch, dead or alive, to prove its existence, and, you know, that's all there is to it.
Although simple in background, learning, and attainments, she had a profound Christian faith and would become a caring and nurturing mother to her children. Abraham Lincoln's law partner, William H. Herndon, who interviewed individuals who remembered Nancy Hanks, including Abraham Lincoln, penned a description of her.
She was above the ordinary height and stature, weighed about 130 pounds, was slenderly built, and had much the appearance of one inclined to consumption or tuberculosis. Her skin was dark, hair brown, eyes gray and small, forehead prominent, face sharp and angular, with a marked expression of melancholy, which fixed itself in the memory of whoever saw or knew her. Though her life was seemingly beclouded by a spirit of sadness, she was, in disposition, amiable and generally cheerful. William H. Herndon.
God bless my mother. All that I am or ever hope to be, I owe to her. Abraham Lincoln. My earliest recollection, however, is of this Knob Creek place. Abraham Lincoln.
While entertaining a Dr. J.J. Wright of Emporia, Kansas, and others in the White House, President Lincoln remarked about his youth at Knob Creek.
I remember the old home very well. Our farm was composed of 3 fields which lay in a valley surrounded by high hills and deep gorges. Sometimes when there came a big rain in the hills, the water would come down the gorges and spread over the farm. The last thing I remember doing there was one Saturday afternoon, the other boys planted the corn in what we called the big field. It contained 7 acres, and I dropped the pumpkin seed. The next Sunday morning, there came a big rain in the hills. It did not rain a drop in the valley, but the water coming down through the gorges washed ground, corn, and pumpkin seeds all clear off the field. Abraham Lincoln.
After Thomas Lincoln returned to Indiana, tragedy struck again. On October 5, 1818, Nancy Hanks Lincoln died of, probably, brucellosis, a disease she contracted from the milk of infected cows that fed on snake root. She was only 35 years old. Abraham Lincoln was 9 years old. Death had struck the Lincoln family for the second time in 4 years. Nancy was buried in a family graveyard after Thomas Lincoln read scripture and led the family and a few neighbors in prayers. Nearby are the graves of Thomas and Elizabeth Hanks Sparrow, who also died of the same illness that year. Thomas Lincoln was hardly through with Kentucky, though. He returned often to visit his mother. He also began visiting an old friend in Elizabethtown, Sarah Bush Johnston, whose husband, Daniel Johnston, the Hardin County jailer, had died in 1816.
Okay, so let's see if we get a visitor tonight.
Just looking at how dark things are. Take a look at the video the moment it captured the mermaid. Did you catch that? Let's look at it again, but closer and slowly. The sudden banging of the creature scared the marine biologists. Let's look at it again, but closer and slowly. The sudden banging of the creature scared the marine biologists. A strange creature crawling by the factory. See how it swiftly goes in the other direction? This terrifying creature is believed to be a wandering ghost by many. And according to our source, the truck driver didn't notice anything at all, but heard creepy noises by the truck. The infamous rake was caught on camera by 2 children at the park somewhere in South Vermont. Prior to the footage, some locals have reported their animals were mysteriously vanishing, and some even found dead livestock with punctured necks. Just watching it creep with its long arms and slender body makes me feel the goosebumps.
2 long front arms that it uses to stalk
Rises through the trees and calls to all on Hallows Eve. The veil it thins, the pumpkin grins, and ghouls glide along, collecting sins. The owl he too can feel this mood, and calls to the wind, who, who, who. Along the fence glides a casual cat. No screeches or yowls, much too suave for that. Just the whisper of a tale, of silent padded paws, slinks a feline, proud and cool, as if there was applause. He knows tonight on solemn air the things that scream and come to scare. A silk black cat, a shadow's friend. He'll stay tonight until the end. He'll watch the ghosts come out to play and watch the humans run away. Atop a roof he will watch below as goblins and ghoulies come and go. Among the jack-o'-lanterns he will glide. Above him bats are on a ride. Below the colored leaves click down the street, and crunches under his feet. He sniffs the air and feels its call, trick and treats it once for all. The spirits float among the trees, and our friend, oh yes, he sees, watching their wispy movements there across the street. One sits in a chair, One flies through a window, another down a well. If he could only talk, what a tale he could tell. A lady runs out of her door. She screams and screams, but the ghost behind her just wants more. A skeleton crew comes down the street, clanking bones and teeth to an eerie beat. They chase some children in costume dress. Their candy flies, oh what a mess. His whiskers twitch and smile with glee. Oh, how lucky it is to just be me. At evening end, he returns to home. The ghosts have gone, no more to roam. No one sees him sitting there upon his porch by the pumpkin's glare. He'll take a bath and go inside. Until next year, again, he'll hide. With bewitching eyes of glassy green, he is indeed the spirit of Halloween.
I mean, I remember John most days anyway, because he was such a big part of my life, and it was something I'll never forget. Obviously, it's just fondest. Oops. What was it?
No, it was just a weird blue flame.
That was John.
I'll tell you something, man.
He's there.
Weird, man.
That's all right. It's okay. Leave it in. Leave it in. It was John. He's around again. He's part of my life, and it was something I'll never forget. Obviously, it's just fondest. Oops. What was it?
above him. It should be 209.
John, do you copy? It's room 209. Amy says nobody's checked into that room, and there's reports of screaming coming from that room. Amy, he's on his way down there right now. What's going on, John? There's no one checked into that room. There should be nobody in there. Wait 1 second, John. Amy, are you there? Yeah, John says he hears the screaming coming from that room. And I hear it too. But we're sure that no one's checked into that room. Correct? John, just wait. We're going to get a hold of the police. So, I would wait for the police, John. Amy, John's going to enter the room real quick just to check, make sure, see what's going on. Wait one.
I shall try to summon my guide. Are you there? She can't come to us. Something's blocking her way. Do you feel the chill in the room?
Based on Einstein's complex unified field theory, many scientists believe that strong concentrations of magnetism, such as occur in the triangle, might actually alter the molecular structure of matter, causing it to disappear, or even be pulled into another dimension. Following publication of his startling book in 1955, Dr. M.K. Jessup, the world-renowned astronomer and scientific philosopher, received a letter that was to add a new dimension to his life's work. Dr. Jessup's book had called upon his colleagues in the scientific community for a reappraisal of Einstein's disturbing unified field theory. But he was totally unprepared for the letter.
My dear colleague, for reasons that will become apparent, I shall identify myself only as Carl W. Allen, and inform you, as my conscience demands, that Einstein's theory has been brought to reality with some shocking results. The Philadelphia experiment was the code name for secret tests conducted by the Navy in October of 1943 aboard the USS Eldridge, a destroyer that had been specially fitted with unique electrical and electronic equipment. For all intents and purposes, the tests were for camouflage development. Based upon the Einstein calculations, the Navy had 4 huge generators especially designed and built. These were to produce massive flux fields, which, when counterposed, would create an envelope of sorts about the test ship, a magnetic smoke screen, if you will.
We've installed 4 generators on the destroyer. 1 on the flying bridge, 1 amidships, and 2 aft. When we begin this experiment, the varying potentials of the generators should alter the structure of the atmosphere around the ship, resulting in a color combining with the sea.
You mean to make the destroyer invisible?
Not strictly, sir. The ship will be hiding under a traveling magnetic canopy of sorts.
We're ready, sir.
Good. Please be seated, sir. Proceed with the countdown.
Now hear this! Now hear this! All stations stand by for ready report.
Station 4, all systems. Station 6, after bank loops closed and reading.
Shunt power to start.
Lock monitor. We have a command. Coming up on the mark and counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
After the test was completed and the equipment shut down, the Eldridge vanished again, for no reason.
Hey, it's coming back.
The Eldridge reappeared just as suddenly a few minutes later. The immediate after effects produced retching sickness and considerable painful symptoms among the men. Horrid. But what happened later was far worse. The test was an unqualified success for the equipment, Jessup, but an utter failure for the crew that had been exposed to something far worse than nuclear radiation. Only the lucky ones went mad.
Yeah, I saw him there. Don't tell me he wasn't there. Don't tell me he wasn't there. I saw him. And right next to me, and I looked over at him. He was gone. He wasn't there anymore. He was not anymore.
Many of these poor men continued to experience a trans-dimensional phenomenon, completely destroying any chance they may have had for normal lives. They've become freaks, Jessup. Freaks that were quickly and carefully snatched into seclusion. To avoid embarrassing questions, they've become nothing more than carefully preserved specimens, Jessup. I've seen them myself. Human beings reduced to the level of laboratory animals. My dear Jessup, in our responsibility to science, can we forget our humanity? I leave it to you to decide if further work shall be put into this or not. I write in hopes there will be.
Allen's letter set Jessup upon an exhaustive 5-year search for the truth. And in spite of threats, insults, and coercions, Jessup continued to probe right up to the last bizarre moments of an April night in 1959.
Listen, I've reached some fantastic conclusions regarding that Philadelphia experiment, and I've got to see you right away.
How about tomorrow?
No, right away, tonight.
Fine.
Good, I'll be there in an hour with all my notes.
But neither Jessup nor his papers ever arrived at that meeting. Why?
Suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning. White male Caucasian, approximately 62 years. No papers, notes, or effects. Dispatch coroner and ID unit.
No papers or effects were found with Dr. Jessup's body. Why? Did such a fantastic project as the Philadelphia experiment ever really take place? We don't know for sure, but to date, at least a dozen books have been written about it. The key question is this. Did the government have a top-secret project involving the Eldridge and an application of Einstein's unified field theory? A Princeton scientist who claimed he worked on the early stages of the project says that he saw a handwritten sheet of complex mathematical calculations pertaining to the project, and that he recognized the handwriting as that of Albert Einstein himself. Some people claim that high-ranking research officers persuaded the Navy to let them use this ship, the Eldridge, just as soon as she was built. Interestingly, the logbook for the Eldridge is missing. The pages for the first 3 months of her service. Why? This is a picture of the dry dock where the Eldridge was built, filed top secret for 22 years. Another interesting note is that the Eldridge later experienced an unusually high desertion rate. For some reason, her crewmen kept jumping ship in greater than average numbers. Could it be that there was still some lingering after effects of that mysterious experiment? In this era of vigorous investigative reporting, as demonstrated by such exposés as the Pentagon Papers and Watergate, we find it baffling that even after 35 years, witnesses still refuse to talk about the Philadelphia experiment. And it is worthy of note that the Office of Naval Research categorically states that the incident never took place. This is the book by Jessup, which sparked Allen's letter. In it, Dr. Jessup theorizes that UFOs appear and disappear in a Bermuda Triangle, using much the same techniques as were reported in the Philadelphia experiment.
I had been doing a lot of reevaluation of Uri Geller, and to this day I think Geller was is one of the most enigmatic figures. I think he's going to be the Eusebio Palladino of the 20th century, because everything you read, everything you read about Geller sounds very impressive. Everything I've personally seen with him has been less than impressive. In fact, I'm one of the only parapsychologists who was physically attacked by Uri Geller. He invited me. He invited me to test him. And he did his old routine of trying to get me to, me writing little diagrams around, and he would reproduce them, etc. And I would write something, and he'd go to a corner and reproduce my drawing, etc. Well, he was faking the whole thing. I saw the way he was doing it, so I decided to play games with him by manipulating it. So he thought I was doing and writing things I was not. Well, he got very flustered. Well, finally, I decided I was going to leave a loophole so he could fake the way he wanted to fake this little experiment. So so I did fake it. I mean, I let him fake the experiment, which was a method of finally letting him see the top of the pencil when I was making my diagram. And he was claiming had his back to me. He had his hand over his eye. I could see him peeking. I kept on rearranging his chair, etc. No matter how I rearranged my chair so he could not actually see me, he kept on rearranging his chair. This went on cat and mouse for a while. So I finally let him see my pencil. And he got my drawing. And he showed it to me. He said, "What about that?" And I just looked at him. And I just smirked. And he knew that I knew the way he had faked the demonstration. Well, because this was at a radio station where he had a lot of people around him, he had to make a diversion. So he started throwing every movable object in that room at me, calling me names I cannot really say over the radio. Then after everything was all over, everyone home, then he came up and apologized for it. But anyways, I had watched him do a metal bending stunt, which was really very impressive. There are so many ways of bending a piece of metal fraudulently that in itself, it was very impressive, but I don't put much stock into it. Several days later, I just written a chapter on Geller for a book of mine on psychokinesis, and I was playing devil's advocate by saying why I thought Geller was fake and why I thought Geller was real at a lunch counter. And I took up a totally straight key, and it was a very, very heavy door key. And I was explaining how Geller was going to fake metal bending. And I picked it up and I said, he stroked it like this. I started stroking it. And as I stroked it and watched, the key bent by 12 degrees. Now, I know I did not bend that key. In fact, I could not physically bend it with my fingers. But as I was actually talking about fraudulently bending keys, as I was stroking this thing in imitation of Geller, the damn key bent by about 12 degrees.
Did it straighten back out? Or is it still bent?
It's bent back at my home. It stayed, and I actually showed it to a couple of physicists who did some tests on it, and they were interested because it bent at a point of the key that would not be the maximum stress point. I won't go into the whole thing about it. But it was very impressive to me because, again, it's only my word to go on, but I know I did not bend that.
This is the most notorious haunted house in the world. It is to be found in the sleepy seaside town of Amityville, an hour away from the hustle and bustle of New York City. 30 years ago, a truly horrifying crime was committed here, when 6 members of the DeFeo family were shot dead in a single night. Even now, the details of exactly how these brutal murders were carried out remain shrouded in mystery. 1 year later, the Lutz family moved in. They fled from the house, having lived there for only 28 days, claiming that they had been driven out by terrifying and unexplained supernatural forces. Their story was the subject of a media frenzy, turned them into celebrities, and became a worldwide bestseller, The Amityville Horror. It would spawn numerous books and films, including one that was released just this year. Mediums and psychic investigators have claimed there is a curse on the property. Others say that the Lutz's story is no more than a clever money-making scheme, built on the gruesome history of the house.
is probably one of the most haunted homes in the world. It's certainly one of the most publicized haunted homes in the world.
Whatever happened, it was a confluence of events and personalities, and it meshed to form the perfect psychic storm.
It's just this web of lies, and the motivation was simple enough.
They produced a beautiful commercial scam. Their version is not a true story, but if they call it a true story, you know, how can you say that they're liars?
There were too many things that had happened and were going on to sit there in denial that something wasn't right with this.
I guess the Amityville Horror really is supposed to be me, because I'm the one that got convicted of killing my family. I'm the one who said did it. I'm the one that's supposed to be possessed by the devil.
What is the truth about the house in Amityville? And is there really a curse on all who live there? The mysteries and controversies surrounding the Amityville story begin with the horrific events that took place on the night of November 13th, 1974, when 6 members of the DeFeo family, mother, father, and 4 children, were shot to death inside this house.
I had an office in the front of my house, and I was sitting in the office, and my friend Al Saxon comes in, and he said, "Rufus, I got something to tell you. You're not going to believe this." He says, "Everybody next door is dead."
We saw several of the bodies being taken out. I'm sorry to say one of the children's bodies fell off the tarp they were carrying it in, and I saw one of the murdered children. It was ghastly, but pretty straightforward murder case, or at least that's what I thought at the time. It was just very eerie. It was very quiet, and just a chilling, frozen moment, the kind that you'd never forget. It's a picture that you keep in your head always.
Here you had so-called idyllic suburban family, Italian Catholic. The family had its own business, which was an auto dealership. And of course, with an Italian surname, there are the inevitable whispers about connections to organized crime.
A mob killing was quickly ruled out, and the police began to focus on the only surviving member of the family, 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr.
George Harrison came, who was chief of detectives over in Suffolk County, and he said, "Can I use your house for a while for our headquarters?" Everybody in my neighborhood was scared to death that there's somebody loose in this town. From the beginning, Butch DeFeo, Ronnie DeFeo Jr., was suspected. He was originally not arrested. He was taken into protective custody.
They decided now they're going to take Ireland's house, which was next door, and turn that into their command post. So they took us all over there.
Next thing I know, they had him in my house, and they were questioning him.
That went on for some time until his grandfather showed up. A police officer heard Ronnie's grandfather tell him, "You'll stop throwing the family name in the mud. I don't want to hear anything more about your sister. Just admit to the murders. It's over." I told them in the beginning things that were true, but, you know, they get the pressure off of me.
Even before this, the Amityville locals had already made their minds up about who had slaughtered the family.
I walked around the neighborhood and I said, "Can you tell me anything more about what happened?" And almost to the person, every kid said, "Ronnie did it, Ronnie did it."
I was in my car. I believe the reporter was Joe Martin. Came on and said that the killings had happened, and they didn't say that Ronnie was dead with them. And I said to my wife, "It was Ronnie." Ronnie was, put it this way, a wild teenager.
He had a reputation for using drugs, for violence, for fighting with his father.
He was a punk. All he did was drink, gamble, and fight. If you knew him, and you knew the situation, I guess, or you ever spent any time around him, it was not something that he was incapable of doing. And when everybody else is dead and he's not, you know. There was a lot of problems, you know. And it's not that I could sit here and lie to you. I could say that
I knew something bad was going to happen to my mother and father.
Within a short time afterwards, Ronald DeFeo Jr. was officially named the suspect. He was the alleged murderer. He was the accused.
After a short, sharp interrogation, DeFeo confessed to the crimes and gave the first of many versions of what happened.
The standard story is basically Ronald DeFeo Jr., who was then 23 in 1974, woke up at approximately 3:15 a.m. and for reasons unknown, basically killed his entire family while they slept.
He took the rifle and shot both of his parents who were sleeping in the master bedroom. Then he shot his younger brothers, 2 of them. And then he went to an adjacent bedroom and shot his sister. And then he walked up to the 3rd floor bedroom and shot his other sister, Dawn.
After what happened, it was like a nightmare. I'm looking at my mother and father dead, my sister. I said, my God. I got scared. I ran out of the house, jumped in my car, ran down the street, and got my friends and came back to the house.
DeFeo's confession did not explain a number of puzzling mysteries about the killings. Mysteries that would prompt rumors of accomplices, conspiracies, and even supernatural influence.
They were each shot with a .35 Marlin. We had an experiment conducted when we were preparing for trial, the noise level of the .35 Marlin, and that Marlin could be heard close to 4 to 5 blocks away from the house.
Nobody heard a thing. I did find, however, one of the neighbors who heard at about between 3 and 3:30 in the morning the family's dog barking. It was crying or baying.
With all the shots that took place, there were approximately nine blasts from a Marlin. There was no evidence that any of the 6 victims had made any attempt to escape.
What was so odd is how you managed to shoot 6 people in the middle of the night in a quiet neighborhood without awakening any of the people. A shotgun blast is pretty loud. That doesn't make any sense.
One might argue, well, maybe they were being held by another gunman and told not to move until Ronnie came around and did what he did.
I thought perhaps the bodies had been moved from their original spots. The autopsy reports show that no, they were not moved, that they were in the original places that they were when they were shot. There were no drugs found in the bloodstreams. And again, the victims are found lying face down in death with the arms outstretched as if placed there. There seems to be something almost systematic and very methodical about it that would seem to involve in more than just one person.
The curious anomalies of the crime scene would provide some eerie clues as to who or what had been responsible for the killings in Amityville. After Ronald DeFeo had confessed to shooting his entire family, attorney William Weber found himself faced with the difficult task of defending him. Weber began by investigating what went on in the DeFeo home.
The family life at the DeFeo residence was kind of bizarre and unusual, because on one hand, they appeared to be very religious artifacts throughout the house, statues throughout the exterior of the house. But inside, when Mr. DeFeo was there was constant fighting, bickering, yelling, screaming, activities that would go way beyond normal fighting that families may have.
There were beatings that often would occur for no particular reason, from what I understand. The father would just fall into these terrible rages, and Ronald often became the focus of those rages.
Ronnie's friends were afraid to come into the house because they were just afraid of the father. There was testimony about the father beating the wife in the presence of Ronnie's friends.
And that kind of abuse often leads to abuse of others that are weaker or more subordinate.
So when you look beyond the nice, quiet, suburban street, there were troubles in that family.
Many people told me about the abuse he received as a child from his father. On the other hand, I was also told about the great love he received from his mother and his close relationship with his brothers and one of the 2 sisters. So he was a very unusual and difficult personality.
We were really a close family, you know. It's a shame what happened, but it happened.
The other thing about Ronald DeFeo, of course, was he immediately started ranting and raving from prison that the devil made him do it.
Some priest was in the courtroom watching my performance on the witness stand. He felt that my performance, I had to be possessed by the devil.
You know, there were echoes of Charles Manson from the late 60s and the Sharon Tate murders in California. Ronald DeFeo had that same wild-eyed look as Charles Manson.
I don't think he was dealing with a full deck. Yes, you gotta be insane to kill your own family, or well on your way.
I asked a friend and associate, Dr. Daniel Schwartz, to interview him. Dan gave a professional opinion that Ronnie was acting in another state of mind, that he didn't understand the nature of his acts, or that what he was doing was wrong.
It was out of my control. I did not have touch with reality at the time I did what I did. I had no control over it.
Weber decided on a plea of insanity. When he interviewed DeFeo about what he remembered happening on the night of the murders, a strange series of events was described that would prompt speculation about who was behind the killings.
Ronnie had taken some drugs. He was watching television, and there was a war picture on. And at the end of the picture, Ronnie was in the room alone. He said initially he thought that he heard members of his family in another room conspiring to kill him. The one thing that he said, and sometimes he said it with a smirk, so I wasn't sure if it was truthful, but he said that a female with black hands gave me the rifle, and I went ahead and shot everybody.
His original testimony was that at some point, a hooded, black-handed demon handed him a weapon, and that he went upstairs, and that he committed the murder. He said the murder, not the murders.
During the trial, one expert argued that DeFeo may not have acted alone.
Herman Race was a criminologist hired by the defense. Herman Race, in a closed courtroom, that means they cleared out the public, told the judge and the prosecutor that some of the bodies had been moved, that they were not all killed in the positions they were found. He also said that he believed that multiple weapons were used, not just one high-powered rifle.
Intriguingly, many years later, journalist Rick Moran was contacted by a drug enforcement agent who told him that he had the DeFeo home under observation at the time of the killings and had seen Ronnie's sister, Dawn, leave the house.
On the night of the murder, that operative did see Dawn DeFeo wearing a snorkel-type jacket and gloves, come out of the house with the rifle, throw the rifle into the back seat of her car, and drive out towards the point where the city has a dock, which is exactly where the weapon was found by police divers later on. When he told the police that a hooded, black-handed demon came to him and handed him the weapon, but that he didn't move, I believe that it's true. I don't think he was in any condition to move. The demon that he was talking about was his own sister.
Dawn DeFeo's night clothes show unburnt powder, which indicates she may have fired a rifle that night.
Moran's theory is that Ronnie and his sister Dawn had plotted to kill their parents together.
I think on the night that they decided they were going to do that, Ron was in no condition to be able to do it. And that Dawn took a long rifle and committed the murders. Unfortunately, in the frenzy of it, she apparently decided she was going to take out everybody.
I've always been partial to the idea that indeed something special existed between Ronald DeFeo and his sister Dawn. Now some say that that was incest, I don't know, but there was a special connection, a special bond, perhaps a bond of secrecy. She was the one that was killed the most violently. The head is just completely exploded.
The theory is that Dawn DeFeo killed the family and that Ronnie, in despair, murdered Dawn. So he's responsible for one murder. which would also explain the grandfather's reaction of, "You'll take all of the refs," because he was the only one who was left, and he didn't want to see anything more about relationships within the household or his family name being sullied.
In fact, the jury found Ronald DeFeo to be guilty of all the murders and to be of sound mind. He was given 6 life sentences in February 1975. The DeFeo home at 112 Ocean Avenue was put up for sale at a knockdown price because of its ghastly history. It was then that George and Kathleen Lutz, newlyweds with a young family, went to view the house, and the next extraordinary chapter of the Amityville horror began.
A sudden draft from a window that was supposed to have been closed. A chill at the back of the neck. Groans, creaks, and bumps in the night. Man has always been frightened by the dark, troubled by noises just beyond the reach of lights, occurrences just beyond the reach of understanding.
A very dark, hooded, evil presence came from the hall. I didn't even have to see her distinctly. I just knew this is trouble, you know, and I've got to do something about it.
A ghostly apparition in the dark of night. What was it? And why did it come? An astonishing event occurred on a still summer night in a Maine fishing village. An event witnessed by the latest occupants of a house with a long history. An event which prompts tonight's search. There are stories of ghosts and of hauntings to suit every taste, from the playful to the macabre. But those who have studied ghosts claim to have discerned patterns in their behavior, what might be set down as rules of the haunt. For example, a ghost might be thought of as the spirit of someone who died in emotional turmoil. Further, it seems the spirit remains close to the place associated with the turmoil. Finally, it appears that the ghost wanders in its restless limbo until relieved of whatever its burden is. The best way to learn more about ghosts is to consult a ghost hunter. Hans Holzer understands the rules of ghostly behavior perhaps better than anyone else. It is his business to investigate hauntings. Holzer is a doctor of parapsychology and has written dozens of books on ghosts.
Over the years, I've developed some pretty foolproof methods to explore the phenomena scientifically. I've used highly sensitive cameras and even more sensitive people, psychics, to get information which will lead to the discovery of a ghost. But in all my years of ghost hunting, I have never been afraid. After all, a ghost is only a fellow human being in trouble.
Holzer may not be frightened by ghosts, but most of the people who call on him for help are. Perhaps this is because it is all so strange, because people instinctively fear what they do not understand.
Ghosts are the surviving emotional memories of people who've died tragically and cannot leave the spot of their passing. They keep reliving their final moments over and over again, like a phonograph needle stuck in the final groove. You see, ghosts are not aware that they're dead. The fishing village of Port Clyde, I found a different kind of story.
Port Clyde is a fishing village wedged in a rocky enclave of the Maine coast. Indians fished these waters long before the Europeans came. Then, for a time, the Yankee whalers held sway here. They were strong, practical men. Men steeled for long voyages in search of whale. They were replaced in time by fleets of cod fishermen, the same practical Yankee breed. Now it's lobster that lures the men of Port Clyde, but little else has changed. Making a living from the sea still demands courage and skill, and there's little time for frivolous pursuits and wild imaginings. Carl Schwab has fished Port Clyde's waters for years, a spiritual descendant of the Yankee whalers. He and his family once lived in a house that some in Port Clyde say is haunted. But had Schwab ever seen or heard anything unusual at the old house?
Not unusual, not for winds here in the wintertime. But I don't know much history of the house, other than what this has come up.
So you'd be perfectly happy to... This is the ghost Carl Schwab was talking about. I first heard about it from brother and sister, Carol Schulte and Bob Olivieri.
Carol and Bob had spent lazy summers with their parents in the Port Clyde house Carl Schwab once lived in. It was a fine retreat for the young people. A wonderful old house full of nooks and crannies and creaking wood. It was weather-worn, but comfortable. There was a night in the summer of 1972, however, which was not comfortable at all. It was the night Bob Olivieri became aware of a presence in his bedroom.
One night, I was awakened by a noise in the hallway, like a pacing of footsteps. I had no idea what it was. I got up, and the sound stopped. And as soon as I got back in bed, I heard the noise again, these footsteps. I got up again, I came to the same spot, and it stopped. And so then I checked my parents' room, and they were sound asleep. I thought maybe it was my 3-year-old nephew. I went down the hallway, and I checked in his room, and he was sound asleep in a crib, and my sister was sound asleep. So then I came back in bed again. And while I was in bed, I got in bed, I heard the footsteps again. And they were coming up the hall, and they stopped. It seemed like it was at the edge of the hallway. And a few minutes later, I could feel something on my sheets, like a pressing, like someone pressing down. And there was nothing near, but I could see the sheets being indented. And it kept on coming up my body till finally at the end, something pulled my hair. And I was just scared for the rest of the night. I couldn't get to sleep.
Carol, what exactly happened to you in this house when you slept here one night?
Okay, first of all, I was sleeping in this bedroom in here, which is generally my mother's and father's bedroom, but I just happened to be sleeping here that night. And I was in a deep sleep. And my girlfriend was sleeping in that room with her animals. Now, one of her animals, a Siamese cat, came in and woke me up, or tried to wake me up several times, and I finally did wake up. I lay there and I thought, well, it'll go away, you know, and then it just kept rubbing against, like, my face and everything. So I was like this, and I sat up to turn this light on. I said, this is the only way I'm going to get rid of this cat, by turning the light on. And I sat up to do that, and I never got the light turned on because I sat up. I realized that there was a light there, and the cat, who was still here, was also looking at, you know, this light, which was right at this window. At first, I saw a little figure. It was female, and she had her hands up to her mouth, and so she wasn't quite sure whether or not she wanted to do this. She was very shy, you know, going like this. And, of course, all this happened in a matter of split seconds. She got larger, and I realized that definitely it was a female figure with a white, the brightest white I'd ever seen, nightgown on, and very small shoulders, you know, slender. And I said, Marion? Marion?
Carol awakened me in the middle of the night by calling out my name quite urgently, and I woke up, and the first time I heard my name, I didn't want to respond to it because it frightened me. And then she screamed out my name louder again, so
I blinked my eyes again, and I realized that I could see through her, and I realized then that it wasn't Marion. And she right away started communicating to me through her hands. Now, her hands started to go through washing movements. And she got larger as she came to me. Now, as I got scared in direct proportion to her approach. And I knew that she wanted me to do something. She was desperate in a way. And at that point, I really was scared, and I ducked under the covers, so to speak, and I just called Marion.
And then she screamed out my name louder, and there was quite a note of urgency in her voice, so I got out of bed, and I went running across the hall to the room in which she was sleeping. And she clutched at me and said, "Marion, I have just seen a ghost." And I believed her because it was very real. Past my fear, I sensed that there was something evil. There was an evil presence.
If Bob, Marion, and Carol truly experienced a ghostly visit, then Hans Holzer must determine whose ghost was abroad that night and find a way to put it to rest. Hans Holzer is convinced there is merit to the eyewitness accounts of a haunting at Port Clyde. He has enlisted the help of psychic Ingrid Beckman for the next phase of his investigation. Ingrid works as a book designer for a New York publisher. She became aware of her psychic abilities, her special sensitivities to emanations 5 years ago, and has worked with Holzer on a number of similar investigations. She knows nothing about Port Clyde, the former occupants of the old house, or the circumstances of the haunting.
Hans, immediately I feel the presence of a woman.
What about this room?
Well, this presence comes from another house that was on this property, so that I don't feel it in any particular room, but I do feel that I should go upstairs because I think there'll be more up there.
Hans depends on Ingrid's sensitivity to impressions of the past that may remain in the structure, and to any non-visible emanations she may detect.
As I go through this house, I can see in my mind's eye the house that was on the property before. And in my mind, I sense a field back in this direction. And there was land that went with this.
Now we're upstairs. I want you to look at every room and give me your impressions of it.
Well, the upstairs is the most active. I sense a woman who is waiting. And I have an impression now of a storm that she is very upset about. A gale of some kind. It seems to be November. I also feel that she has looked out of not this very same window, but windows in this direction of the house. And I just got an impression where she says she, meaning a schooner, was built on the Kennebec River. It seems to be a, I think it's a double-masted schooner. And it seems to be her husband who's on this.
Ship registries of the 19th century confirm that a whaler named Catherine sailed from these waters. Records of her crew, however, are lost.
What does she look like?
I see a tall woman who's rather thin and frail with dark hair. And it appears to be a white gown. Could be a nightgown I see her in. Looks like a nightgown to me with a little embroidery on the front. Hand done.
Let us see if she cares to make contact with us.
We'll go back into that first room then.
If the entity is present and wishes to talk to us, we've come as friends.
She's very unhappy here, Hans. She says her family hails from England. I get her name is Margaret.
Margaret what?
Something like H or something of that sort. I'm not getting the whole name.
What period are we in now?
This is, now she says 1843. She's very unhappy because she wanted to settle in Kennebunk. She does not like it here. She doesn't like the responsibilities of the house.
How did she get here?
Her husband liked it in this fishing village. She was very unhappy about his choice.
Now, is she here?
She calls Kennebunk the city. That to her is a center.
Why is she still here?
She's left with all this responsibility. Her husband went on a ship. Her husband had a commission
What kind of a commission?
on a whaling ship,
What was the name of the ship?
St. Catherine or St. Catherine's.
The ship didn't come back.
No,
Where did they get married? In what church?
Lutheran.
Does she remember the name of the minister?
Thorpe, Thomas Thorpe.
When they were married, was that in this town?
No,
What town was it in?
long way away, some kind of a province of a place.
And they came right here after that.
Went into Saco,
And then where did they move to?
Clyde, Port Clyde.
Now, she and her husband lived here alone.
2 children,
What were their names?
Philip. But he went to sea.
And the other one?
Francis.
Did he go to sea too?
No,
What happened to him?
I think Francis died.
What did he die of?
I get cholera.
What?
Cholera?
And
He was 17.
Ingrid has come up with some hard information about the ghost. The family name Hatton, the time they lived in Port Clyde, and a ship named Catherine. Holzer would eventually seek out the town historian, Colonel Albert Smaley, for corroboration.
now, to the best of your knowledge, does the name Samuel and Hatton mean anything in connection with this area?
Yes, Samuel Hatton lived at Port Clyde prior to 1850. That I'm sure about.
What profession did he have?
Sailor.
Was there a ship called the St. Catherine in this
Yes,
part?
there was.
And would it have been built at the Kennebec River? Or connected with it in some way?
As I recall, it was, and I believe it was built in the Sewell Yard in the Kennebec River.
Do you know the area of Port Clyde where the Leah Davis house now stands? Prior to this house, were there any houses in the immediate area?
I've always been told that there was a house there. The Davis that owned it told me that he built on an old cellar.
And how far back would that go?
The new house was built around 1870.
And there was one before that?
And there was one before that.
A sailor's wife, living alone for months at a time, in a town she didn't like, with the burden of her duties weighing heavily on her. Heavily enough, Holzer thinks, to have kept her long past her time. The problem is clear. Free her if he can.
And she's alone now?
Yes, she is.
Is she aware of her passing?
No, she's very concerned over the flocks. She says it's now come April, and it's time for shearing.
Is she aware of the people in the house now?
She wants to communicate.
What does she want them to do for her?
She wants for them to help her with the farm. She says it's too much, and the soil is all rocky, and she can't get labor from the town. She's having a terrible time.
Can you see her?
Yes, I do see her.
Can she see you?
Yes.
Tell her that this is 1976 and that much time has passed. Does she understand this?
She just keeps complaining she has no one to write letters to.
Does she understand that her husband has passed on, that she herself is a spirit? She's free to go. Does she
said to Kennybunk?
Any place she wishes, to the city, or better to join her husband on the other side of life.
She said, oh, what I would do for a townhouse.
Ask her to call out to her husband to take her away. He's waiting for her.
She's wanting to turn on the lights. She's talking about the oil lamps. She wants them all lit.
Tell her the people here will take good care of the house, of the lamps, and of the land.
And she's saying no tallow for the kitchen.
Not to worry.
And the root cellar is empty.
Does she see him?
Yes.
Are they going off together?
Only time will tell if Hans Holzer was successful. We've learned some things from Hans Holzer's ghost hunt at Port Clyde. Learned, for example, that if we accept the possibility that ghosts exist, we can begin to study their behavior in a systematic way. The study of ghosts is more than just a fascinating mental exercise, however. If Professor Holzer is right about ghosts being nothing more than people in trouble, it is our responsibility to help them. It would be nice to think that help would be available to us if our lives went awry, if our spirits were to move restlessly in the night.
Good evening. I'm Warwick Moss. The West Australian coast is a graveyard for ships. For 3.5 centuries, the craggy rocks have claimed more than their fair share of men and boats. British, French, American, and ships flying a dozen other flags lie in Davy Jones's locker, drawn to their end by a lee shore with few points of shelter. One of the international fleet that visited Australia's west coast and never left was the Alkimos, a dark, brooding hulk that some say is a ghost ship. A rusting, burnt-out hulk, etched against the evening sky. Once proud, the steamer Alkimos lies deserted off the Western Australian coast. But there are many who believe that on board there lurks an evil presence. They say the Alkimos is a ghost ship, a haunted ship that has brought nothing but terror and tragedy to those who've dared venture onto it.
I have always described it as being an evil ship. Definitely an evil ship.
And Jack Sue should know. He's one of Australia's most experienced scuba divers, a man who's spent decades investigating the Alkimos and its ghost, a ghost who goes by the name of Henry. Jack can't be certain, but he estimates that in the last 30 years or so, more than 20 people, directly or indirectly involved with this twisted wreck, have met untimely deaths.
My advice is don't go. Whether they be divers or photographers or whatever. It's not really worth the risk.
For almost 4 centuries, this stretch of water off Western Australia has been a graveyard for ships and their crews. From the galleons of days gone by to the giant oil tankers of today. The Alkimos joined the long list of casualties on March the 20th, 1963, when she went aground on a voyage from Indonesia. From that day on, there's been calamity after calamity. All attempts to salvage her have failed, and now she sits there with only her ghost for company.
It's created so much unhappiness, so much sickness, so much hardship for people who've gone broke. There just hasn't been any end of it for 27 years.
This is no place for anyone with a weak heart.
That diary entry was written by a young American exchange student who took what he thought was a cushy part-time job as caretaker on the Alkimos. The diary convinced Jack Sue that there was more to this ship than meets the eye.
I thought this was a bit of a farce at first, until I started reading the diary, and this young guy Wayne Morgan started off the diary by saying that how enthusiastic he was about going out on the ship as a caretaker, because he needed a suitable place to do some SWAT quietly, and also it gave him the opportunity to put some time into his favourite pastime, that was line fishing.
But that easy life would soon come to an abrupt and frightening end. The young American began hearing noises at night, began feeling a presence he couldn't see.
He was so scared of moving around the ship, and of course the steps, he mentioned the steps above his cabin so many times that, you know, it wasn't funny.
14th of July, 63, 10:15 p.m. Been down to the engine room, but never again. The eeriest place on the ship. From the time I left my cabin, I could hear footsteps following. I was scared out of my wits.
There was no movement on the ship. It was a calm night, and all of a sudden, the doorway between the captain's cabin and the bridge slammed shut at a hell of a force. Wayne described it as though somebody had deliberately slammed the door. And he got such a hell of a fright, he dropped the torch, dropped the book, and he just fled in the opposite direction. Willy-nilly, he had no idea where he was going, but finished up down in the engine room and eventually found his way back to his cabin. But he said he vowed and declared then he would never go out at night again out of his cabin.
The noises went on and on. The young American became more and more frantic. Finally, he could take no more. He left this cursed ship and was admitted to hospital, a psychiatric hospital. Henry the Ghost had claimed his first caretaker. After studying the diary, Jack Sue knew he had to see and hear what was going on for himself. He joined up with sound recordist Graham Greenwood, and one night, against their better judgment, they tried to record the noises that had driven the American to the brink of madness.
When we eliminated things like the sea and noises like that, there were almost yells and screams. And that particular night, the sea was like a mill pond, so it wasn't the sea. I wasn't a superstitious man, but when I heard the tape the next day, I was very, very glad to get off that Alkimos. I just don't want to go back on it again.
Graham Greenwood's fears of the Alkimos linger to this day. Fears that are shared by his mate, Jack Sue.
While I was lying there, I suddenly heard somebody, a sort of a moan coming from the bunk behind me. A sound like somebody rolling over in their sleep, sort of, and I pricked my ears up. I thought I must have been hearing things. So I listened again, and sure enough, it came a second time. And I can tell you I wasted no time getting out of that cabin, because I wasn't imagining things.
For a time, the owners of the Alkimos employed Filipino watchmen, but they didn't last long. Again, the footsteps echoed through the night. Doors opened and closed of their own accord. Tools and equipment simply disappeared. After that, there was a young married couple who took up the challenge. She was pregnant, and heartbreaking tragedy was just around the corner. Perhaps it was Henry. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. But one night during a gale, the woman suffered a bad fall on board. The beginning of yet another disastrous episode on the Alkimos. For hours, she lay there injured, in agony, with the baby due at any moment. On shore, the rescue operation was underway. A rescue that couldn't come too soon.
They eventually had to get four-wheel drives along to the beach, ambulance, police officers and other emergency crews, and they finally used a rocket to fire a line across from the beach and rig up a line along which they brought the woman off in a bosun's chair. She was then taken to hospital, of course, but she miscarried, and a premature dead baby was the result. They left the wreck shortly after.
Many more caretakers were to be driven from this ghost ship. Sometimes it was the noises. Sometimes it was more specific. Cooking smells coming from the empty galley. The galley where there was no sign of food, and the stove was cold as ice. For more than 30 years, there's been speculation on what or who this ghost called Henry might be. A medium felt there'd been a murder on board. The dead had returned to haunt the living. At one stage, a priest was called in to exorcise the ghost. Unfortunately for him, he decided to do some fishing from the Alkimos deck before he tackled Henry.
The sinker came straight back to him as though someone had picked it, caught it at the other end and hurled it back, and it hit him right in the middle of the forehead. And he had to be carted off to hospital to have stitches inserted, and wasn't a very, very well man, so he never got the opportunity to, I don't think he made any attempt to exorcise the ghost. And to the best of my knowledge, never went back on the ship again.
In Western Australia, the Alkimos and its ghost achieved a degree of fame. Or was it infamy? There were staunch believers, and even stauncher disbelievers, anxious to prove or disprove the legend. One of the skeptics was Perth radio announcer Ted Bull.
Back in 1990, I thought, why don't I do something different for Halloween? And I looked around for ghost stories, for spooky houses and haunted things, and the thing that jumped out at me, of course, was the ghost ship, the Alkimos.
Technically, everything was in order. Tests had proved beyond doubt there'd been no problems broadcasting from alongside the Alkimos that Halloween. Maybe Ted Bull's jokey theme music was tempting fate, tempting Henry. But as you'll hear from an actual tape of the show, things started to go wrong. Things the technicians back on shore could not explain.
I think it's amazing. Several times when we've mentioned Henry this morning, we've been cut off.
And then when we actually swung around the boat, I thought, oh, we might lose a program because of technical reasons. It was explained to me, no, that couldn't happen. And it did. As we went around the Alkimos. And it wasn't like we'd go off and stay off. It was intermittent. It would go off and then come back on. And as I said, every time we mentioned Henry the Ghost, that would happen.
It's almost 4 years since that abandoned broadcast. And now the Alkimos is disintegrating and deserted.
We've all seen that the ship is just about ready to collapse. I think it'll be lucky to see another winter out. It's all perforated right along the waterline now, and once that goes, the rest of it will just drop.
And for those who've survived the Alkimos and the ghostly watchman who walks her decks, that day cannot come quickly enough. The sooner the battered steamer goes to her watery grave, the better.
Chief Detective Robert Lowry has been with the Florissant Police Department in St. Louis for 23 years. For Lowry and detectives like him, the routine of casework follows the long-established techniques of following leads, gathering evidence, and questioning witnesses. Two years ago, Bob Lowry broke with tradition in his effort to solve a kidnap case. The manager of a local store was reported missing, and after 3 weeks of investigation, Lowry could find no reason for his disappearance and no clues to his whereabouts. He was persuaded to try a new and strikingly unconventional investigative tool.
We conducted a very extensive investigation. We exhausted all leads, and it was brought to my attention by a member of the television news media that we could possibly call in a psychic. My reaction to it at first, of course, is that I'm a police officer, and police officers deal with fact, and I wasn't too receptive to this idea. But I agreed to it after the family members indicated their desire.
The results were remarkable. The psychic accurately pinpointed the location of the victim and led the police to the site. This information, relayed by psychic means, enabled the police to solve the case. Extrasensory perception is the power of the mind to reach across time and space in a way that seems impossible. To know a thought when it has not been spoken. To see an event that has happened in a distant place. Scientists acknowledge that it exists, but don't understand how it works. Some believe it can be harnessed for practical use, and one way may be in the fight against crime. There are psychic detectives all over the country. The most well-known is Peter Hurkos, based in Los Angeles. Hurkos first visits the scene of a crime to get what he calls psychic impressions. He handles personal possessions in an attempt to identify with the victim. Pictures of the crime take shape in his mind. To date, he has worked on over 800 criminal cases. In Chicago, psychic Irene Hughes has received commendations from police for her efforts in helping them solve no less than 15 murder cases. In St. Louis, Bevy Yeagers is earning a reputation as a psychic detective.
Okay, we're going to be working on the Franzak case again tonight, and there are a couple of you here who haven't really done too much on this. I'm going to try to fill you in just a little bit. We have gotten into this case May the 25th, I think is the day that we were called in on it, and we were working on it.
Bevy is a housewife and mother of 6. Her attitude about ESP is unique in that she believes everybody has the potential for it.
The astrology department seems to feel that there was a plot involving...
6 years ago, she founded a psychic rescue squad for the purpose of locating missing persons. Members of the squad hold down normal 9-to-5 jobs and meet in the evenings for casework. They have proved themselves so effective that they have qualified as licensed private detectives.
Gotten a chance to work on it yet.
A private detective agency is in itself kind of mysterious to the public, I suppose, and a private detective agency composed of psychics would be doubly so or more. We've had quite a job to do, as a matter of fact, in getting people to understand that we're not a bunch of mysterious kooks running around in robes calling down forces from the planet Mars to solve cases. At this particular time, there are about 18 of us in the metropolitan St. Louis area, and there are approximately 25 more around the country who have been trained by me.
Each member of the squad brings his own specialty to the art of solving crime. People like Phyllis Deggendorf, a graduate student of nearby George Washington University. She claims that by meditating, she can relive the moment of the crime.
I tune in very quickly to pain. I start getting feelings whenever I'm holding an object. Then it will develop into mental pictures.
I still don't pick up death. Lillian, does the chart say death to you? Yeah. It says death. I just don't.
Betty, did they ever find out what cult or what semi-religious Indian group was associated with this case?
Judith Krause uses a technique called psychometry.
Okay, I started it, son. It's your turn.
A housewife and mother, she claims that by holding an object belonging to the victim, she can identify with his experience.
I learned to note down all my feelings that I get when I am holding something that belonged to a victim, because a lot of times those will be a clue.
They feel it may be even...
Judith and her husband Bob have been members of the squad for 2 years.
This kind of thing. The National Star is looking into that, and they're going to let us know, yes.
Bob Krause feels his unique skill is the ability to pinpoint the location of a crime. Bob is a music teacher at a local high school. He says that he has learned how to overcome the barriers of time and space and actually project himself to the scene of a crime.
I feel, if any, that my forte would be in visualizing an area where something might have taken place.
We'd like to start with the map. Jim Miller, how about you? Okay, that's the Acapulco area.
Jim Mueller was the first to join Bevy Yeager. His special aptitude is locating kidnapped victims. During the day, Jim is a social worker for the city of St. Louis.
A psychic will sometimes, in addition to having mental impressions, may have body feelings of pain or distress that could reflect symptoms of the injured person.
Is anyone aware yet of any particular wounds or abrasions or anything on the body or where they're located?
Almost any police force will tell you when they can't come up with the answer, they don't mind where the answer comes from. And if it comes from us, fine. We are at least a licensed, reputable group of people. We're not just, you know, some odd kook out on the street.
Trying to pick up purely from the picture of the woman herself. Okay.
18 specialists. Each uses a unique psychic skill to unravel a crime.
What I'd like to do also would be to give back the impression to those...
At present, the squad is concentrating on the case of a travel agent who disappeared while vacationing in Mexico.
And then they told us that they thought they had...
Bevy envisions that in the near future, psychics will work with law enforcement on a broad and practical scale. Her dream may not be so far-fetched. In only a few short years, Bevy herself has emerged from obscurity to become a detective with a solid reputation. It all began in 1971. Bevy's work in crime detection was triggered by the baffling case of a missing housewife.
I think we ought to get down there if we can.
Well, let's go. Fine.
Let's go.
Bevy would take up the search with her psychic sensitivity. In 1971, the St. Louis police were baffled by the case of a missing woman named Sally Lucas. Known by her friends as a loving wife and devoted mother, she vanished from her comfortable suburban home without a trace. Every year, close to 80,000 people disappear, seemingly without motive. Sally Lucas was a classic example. Mrs. Lucas had last been seen leaving the town and country shopping center with an armful of packages. Detectives spent frustrating hours piecing together her last day. They suspected foul play. Police had scoured St. Louis but could find no clues to her whereabouts. 3 weeks from the day that Sally Lucas disappeared, Bevy Yeagers contacted the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, one of the city's leading newspapers. She had a hunch. Bill Fustel, the city editor, remembers her call well.
So, police were at a dead end. There have been no evidence turned up. I'm not sure psychics are always accurate, but I do think that there is something to this. She touched some garments and a powder puff of the missing woman. And she said at that time that she described the woman whom she did not previously know. She described her fairly accurately: short hair, short of stature, didn't smoke much. And she said she got a picture of some policemen bending over the car near a large body of water. The next day, Mrs. Lucas' car was found on the Gulf of Mexico. I called Lieutenant Kiriakis, and I said, I want to do something unusual, if we can do it. And he said, what? And I said, I want to bring the psychic out and let her sit in this car and see what kind of impressions she obtained.
Lieutenant Kiriakis has been with the St. Louis police for 18 years. The veteran detective was taken aback that Fustel wanted to bring a psychic into the case.
Well, my real feeling was that he's got to be kidding or he's putting me on just a little bit. I really didn't think he was honestly serious at the time, but he was.
But Mrs. Yeager asked if she could sit in the car. I kind of sat back and I thought, boy, this is really going to be something. I'll be surprised if anything comes out of this.
Psychics claim to be able to receive vivid impressions through the sense of touch. Sitting behind the wheel of the Lucas car, as Bevy demonstrated for us, a whole series of visual images flooded through her mind. She appeared to be lost in a deep trance.
She sat in the car with a pad and a pen for about 10 minutes, and she wrote down many things on that paper. And at one point, about 6 minutes into the time she was in the car, she got a terrible look of agony on her face, of pain. She began to sweat very heavily.
The car gave off strong psychic vibrations. At first, the disconnected pictures that Bevy said flashed through her mind made no sense at all.
My notes were full of letter C's and things like that. Horses' heads. There was also a small bridge, not a large bridge. And there were some pillar-type mailboxes, the kind you find out in the country. I was leaning forward to either put the key in the lock or pull it out of, and as I did that, I was struck a very, very severe blow on the right side of the head. When I was out of the car, they handed me her car keys, and at that time, it broke me up completely. I couldn't go on with it at all, because I then realized from holding her keys that she had not been dead when she was taken out of the car and flung into the ditch. She was still alive.
I think one of her first comments was that she felt an intense pain to the right side of her head. And then the other impression was water and a bridge and an airport. And then one of the last impressions was that of a horse, or something to do with a horse.
The clarity of Bevy's vision compelled her to personally take up the search. She reasoned that the best place to begin was the locale that most closely matched her psychic impressions. Bevy began to search the 10-square-mile area of Babbler State Park, just northwest of St. Louis. She was accompanied by her husband, Ray, and psychic student Jim Mueller. At first, the idea of penetrating such a vast and wild tract of land seemed hopeless.
Hey, Ray. Hey, Jim, come here a minute. I feel some kind of pull out in that direction. Not right here, but like way over, down there. Can we get there from here?
Yes, roundabout, but we can get there.
Well, okay. Well, I think that's right. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
An inexplicable force inside Bevy's body seemed to pull her in a definite direction. She had no idea what she would discover in the thick underbrush of Babbler State Park. As Bevy, Ray, and Jim followed the psychic trail, they began to notice significant clues that corroborated the mental images Bevy had received in Sally Lucas' car. A small airport called the Spirit of St. Louis was less than 2 miles away. The Babbler riding stables, then the road sign, Wild Horse Creek, intersecting Highway C. Could this have been the C that kept appearing in Bevy's notes? A row of pillar mailboxes confirmed that she was heading in the right direction. And then, the final clue. One that came chillingly close to her psychic vision.
Now there's a bridge up ahead. Maybe that's the place we ought to stop. Look, the creek looks like it's crossing the road. Just pull on past the bridge. Maybe we ought to look this place over here. My notes were full of letter C's and things like that. Horses' heads. There was also a small bridge. And there were some pillar-type mailboxes, the kind you find out in the country. So finally we stopped the car and we got out and we decided that this area looked so right we might as well just look a little closer. The terrain just looked right. It felt right. We started to tramp around a little bit. I can't explain that exactly, but there was a feeling in the body somewhere that there was something, and it was not far. It was almost as if my body was a magnetic needle, and it was seeking. It was honing in on a certain direction.
The date was September 4th, 1971. They searched until the light became too dim to see any longer. Bevy was sure she was within a hair's breadth of finding the body and planned to return to the site the next morning. But the following day, a torrential rainstorm hit St. Louis and prevented Bevy from continuing her search. 2 days later, Mrs. Lucas' body was washed out of a gully in Wild Horse Creek. The body was less than 150 feet from where Bevy Yeagers had been searching.
Well, it was about a day or two after we had found the body and had processed the scene and everything like that.
And it came to me right then. I said, my God, everything she told us on that day in the car before we found Mrs. Lucas came true. The horse, which was Wild Horse Creek Road, the airport, which was close by, the water, and the bridge. And also, on the right side of her head, the skull was crushed. And these were not things she could have known anyway.
I have no way of accounting for it in any way. It was just a total mystery to me how she could be that accurate.
What inexplicable force was it that compelled Bevy to search the ravines of Wild Horse Creek?
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Are you familiar with the phrase, suspension of disbelief? I don't know who first coined it, but it means, of course, the willingness to accept an occurrence or a story that is not based in logic or demonstrated fact. Without it, there would be no children's fairy stories, no myths, no fantasies, no legends. Without it, naturally, this story could never have happened, even though you're about to hear that it did.
Sam, look out! That truck! Turn the wheel, go off the road!
What?
What do you want to be, a ghost yourself? That truck! Do as I say!
Our mystery drama, The Forgetful Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Introducing the new Century, a Buick like you've never seen before.
A little science.
The fastback design is pure function. But the execution is pure Buick.
A little magic.
The trim new Century has a new design, a new size.
A little science.
Yet inside, there's more head and leg room than last year.
A little magic.
Say, that wouldn't be the new Buick Century, would it? Yes, sir, that's it. Boy, it looks so good, I can't believe it. Yes, sir. And all that room and luxury in there. I mean, it's hard to believe, you know? Yes, sir. Hey, can I ask you a question? Yes, sir. How'd you guys do it anyway? Sir, you'd never believe it.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they're built, the wonders work. How can such things be? A little science, a little magic. A little science, a little magic. A little science, a little magic.
There should be nothing sad about age, as long as the spirit is young and the flesh is strong. But when a wasting disease saps your energy, then, with the physical pain, comes the extended agony of the spirit. The long look back down the bright tunnel of memory grows dimmer, and the shadowed figure looming up out of the darkness ahead becomes a welcome visitor. For the sick, not the well. For them, the agony does not end. Eve Gordon is dying. Tonight, tomorrow night, next week, the appointment is still not made. She lies in her bed beside Sam, her slumbering husband, her eyes closed, half dozing, begging for sleep. Then suddenly, she is wide awake with a startled cry.
Oh! Oh!
What? Huh? Eve?
Sam! Sam!
What is it? Eve? Eve, are you all right? Wait, I'll get your medicine.
I don't need that.
What is it?
Listen.
But Eve...
Listen.
I don't hear anything. What should I hear?
How can you hear? You don't listen. Hush.
Nothing. You hear anything?
No.
Well, what did you think you heard?
There's someone in the house.
Well, if there was, he must have gone.
No, he's still there, I tell you.
How can you know?
I just do. Oh, what's he here for? A robber?
You want I should call the police?
No. Oh, I think he must be gone by now. I don't hear him anymore.
Look, how about you take another pill, honey?
I don't want any more pills.
You got pain?
No. Just, I'm jumpy like. I can't sleep.
How about a nice hot chocolate drink?
Oh, well, it might be nice, but no. I don't want you going downstairs.
Honey, the house is closed up tight. No one could get in.
Just the same, why take chances? He might be armed.
Who?
The man downstairs.
I thought you said he was gone.
Well, I don't hear him anymore.
I'll tell you what, I'll get my hickory walking stick from the hall stand at the bottom of the stairs. That's as good a weapon as an Irish shillelagh. Okay?
Yes, if you promise.
What is it, honey?
Oh, nothing. No, nothing. You get me some chocolate. That'd be nice.
All right. I'll be back as soon as the milk heats.
Sam?
Yes?
Don't forget the walking stick. Just in case.
I won't. So here I am, going down the stairs in my own house. And the last thing that's going to worry me is my wife thought she heard a prowler. What worries me is my wife, Eve. Nearly 40 years together, wonderful years, and we both know it won't be long now before she's taken from me. According to the doctors, she's on borrowed time already. She's only holding on. It's just like Eve. She knows we have an anniversary next week. Oh, Lord, what will I do if I have to face it alone? I'm at the bottom of the stairs now, and suddenly I'm snapped out of all my inner thoughts. My senses are very alert. I'm aware that it's very quiet. Very quiet. That hour before dawn, I hear little noises. A whisper of wind outside. The house moving in its sleep. The sound of my own footsteps and my breathing. Did I make a noise? Or was it someone else? Could Eve have been right? Was there someone else in the house? I reach for my walking stick, jarring the other canes and umbrellas in the stand. I think I hear that sound again, like the scurrying of a mouse or a rat. Without turning on the light, I head for the kitchen, the stick raised over my head, and there, as I snap on the light, I see him. A strange, little crumpled-up man with a stark white face, a long, thin nose.
No, please. Please don't hit me.
What are you doing here?
I can explain, honest. Just please don't hit me. It wouldn't do any good, you know. It'd go right through me, you see. But it hurts just the same.
What do you mean it would go right through you?
Well, just what I said. There's nothing to me, you see.
Well, you don't look like much. That's a fact.
Well, it never was. Come right down to it. Never weighed a pound over 135, even before I passed over.
Passed over?
That's right. Oh, you didn't think I was real, did you? I mean, you take a good look, you can see right through me.
I can. You mean you're a ghost?
I guess that's about the size of it.
Well, what are you doing here, haunting me? I don't even know you. Do I?
No, I don't think so, not to the best of my recollection.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, now, you see, that's a long story. I don't think we should go into that right now.
I haven't time for any hard luck stories. I have enough problems of my own.
Yeah, I know.
I have to make some hot chocolate for my wife. She's sick. You know? How?
I don't know. Just somehow I do.
Oh. Well, just let me get the kettle on, and while I'm making the chocolate, we'll see if we can't get you straightened out. Now, you want some aspirin for your headache?
Oh, I don't know if I better. I don't know how it would work, me being a ghost and all.
Now, this is crazy. I mean, it can't be happening. I can't be talking to you.
Why not?
Because you just aren't. I mean, there is no such thing as a ghost.
Well, you don't believe the evidence of your own eyes?
I'm afraid of what my eyes see. The doc must be right. I'm getting hypertension, high blood pressure. I'm seeing things.
You're seeing me.
I can't be seeing you. Ghosts are invisible.
Oh, we are. I mean, I am, except to you.
Then how can I see you?
I don't know. You're different somehow.
I wish I weren't.
Sorry to be a nuisance.
Look, I wish you'd just go away and leave me alone. The water's hot already. I have to make the chocolate now. Take it up to my wife.
Well, where would I go? It's cold out and it's raining.
Well, don't you have somebody of your own that you can go and haunt?
Well, I have a daughter, Margot.
Fine. Go haunt her.
I can't. She's all the way up in Pawtucket.
Pawtucket?
Rhode Island. It's too far, and I haven't any money.
I'll be glad to lend you some. I'll give it to you if you'll just go away.
No, please don't throw me out.
What's the matter? You don't want to visit your daughter?
I don't think so. I'm not welcome there anyway. And, see, it's so dangerous.
What do you mean dangerous?
Sam, are you all right?
Now we've disturbed my wife. Yes, Eve, I'm fine.
But you've been so long gone. I started to
What are
worry.
you doing out of bed?
I've been laying there going out of my mind, and I thought I heard you talking to someone. But there's no one here.
What do you mean? There's...
Oh, Sam, darling. Oh, what have I done to you with this long illness?
What have you done to me? You haven't done anything,
Oh,
sweetheart.
yes, I have. Oh, I've got you talking to yourself. You're on the edge of a nervous breakdown.
I'm not any such thing.
All right, now, no, shh, baby. Just come up to bed.
I was just going to bring you the chocolate.
Bring it. And a cup for you. You need it more than I do.
But I haven't been talking to myself, Eve.
What else? Who else is there here?
Well, there's...
Forget it, Mr. Gordon. She can't see me or hear me.
There's what? What, Sam?
Nothing. Nothing, honey. Maybe we should get off to bed. You go first. And you get out of here, Pruitt, or whatever your name is.
What, Sam?
I said I'll bring the tray.
Please, can't I stay at least till it stops raining?
Oh, all right. I'll be down as soon as I can. Have some chocolate while you're waiting.
I don't want my chocolate here. I want it upstairs.
I'm bringing it, dear.
You better go. I'll be back as soon as I can. No hurry. I'm not going anywheres.
Oh, the chocolate was good. Oh, I'm sleepy now.
That's good, precious. You just lay back. You need your rest.
So do you.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh, it's been a long time, Sam. A wonderful time. A beautiful time. It's time for me to go.
No, don't say that.
A burden is all I am. And the strain is too much for you.
Eve, you don't understand. I don't know how to explain it, but there is someone down there who... Oh, all right, my darling. That's right, you sleep. How could I explain it anyway? How can I explain it to myself? There is or there isn't. Maybe Eve is right. I'm just crazy. Look, the thing to do is to get you back to your daughter.
Oh, but I told you, I don't think
I've been doing some thinking. And here's what I figure. Now, tomorrow is Myrtle Day.
It's what?
Myrtle, my wife's sister. She comes one day every week to, spell me with Eve. Makes Eve feel better. I should have a day off. So I'll drive you to Pawtucket.
Oh, I hate to take you out of your way.
Look, it's something to do. Usually I don't know how to fill my time. I just stay away to make Eve feel better, to please her. Now, look, you'll be able to travel by car? I mean, that's no problem?
Oh, I used to get car sick. But maybe now I wouldn't anymore.
Let's hope so. Tomorrow morning, as soon as Myrtle gets here, we leave for Pawtucket. Well, if her husband mistreats her like that, why doesn't your daughter just walk out on him?
With 4 children and a 5th on the way? What would she live on?
What's her husband do for a living?
Oh, he's a bartender. When he works.
What do they live on now?
His father left him the house free and clear as long as he lives in it. If he doesn't, it goes to his sister.
That's a rough situation. So how does she get out of it?
No way. Without money.
couldn't you go and scare the daylights out of him?
Oh, he'd never see me. He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Well, can't you shake him up? I mean, as long as you're invisible. You could push him off the curb or trip him or shove him into an open manhole or something.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
I'm not allowed. I can only do what I'm told to.
So what are we driving all the way to Pawtucket for?
Well, I have to do something while I'm waiting to get back. And I kind of want to help my daughter.
You're some kind of a ghost, all right. You're no help to anyone. You're not even a ghost. You're a jinx.
Hey, look out, Sam. A truck. Turn the wheel. Go off the road.
What?
What do you want to be, a ghost yourself? The truck. Do as I say.
Now, what was that? What happened? Has our mild, ineffectual little ghost turned out to be some evil spirit who has lured poor Sam Gordon to a violent death? Or is he just a creature of Sam's disturbed, worried, haunted mind who has led Sam to seek a way out from the long horror of watching the wife he loves die by degrees? We'll know more when I return shortly with Act Two.
I'm chewing gum again. Big deal? It is to me. I had to give up gum because it stuck to my dental work. But with Freedent gum from Wrigley's, I can enjoy chewing gum again. It doesn't stick. Fact is, until I found Freedent, I'd forgotten how fresh and clean my mouth and breath could feel anytime. Freedent in peppermint and spearmint. You'll like it.
Feel free to chew Freedent.
It won't stick to most dental work.
Freedent gum.
In the car, along the grass off the highway, a shaken Sam sits in the car he has finally braked to a stop. 100 feet or so behind him, jackknifed across 2 lanes of the road, in a shatter of broken glass and twisted guardrail, in exactly the spot where Sam would have been if he hadn't driven off the road, is a huge trailer truck which has burst into flames.
What happened? The tractor truck that was coming toward us jumped the center guardrail.
Good Lord, if I'd have been there, it would have wiped me out.
Just wasn't your time.
No, you saved my life. You were the one made me turn the wheel.
Corporal Hampton State Patrol. You need help, sir?
No, I'm all right, thanks to...
You sure?
Yes, no damage.
You must have had ESP or something. I was after the truck driver for speeding when all of a sudden, just like that, he lost control. Man, you're lucky you followed your hunch.
No, it wasn't a hunch. My friend here was the one who...
What friend? I don't see anyone else in the car. You sure you're all right?
Yes.
We've got another ambulance here. Maybe we'd better run you down to the hospital and check you out.
No need. How's the driver?
Cold turkey. We got him out before the fire, but I think he had a heart attack or something. Well, like once again, you sure lucked out. That rig would have hit you for sure and wiped you out total. Listen, you sure you don't want to see a doc?
No reason.
You didn't get hit on the head or something?
No. Why would you think that?
I thought I heard you talking like to someone when I came up.
Who would I talk to? You can see I'm all alone, can't you?
That's what I mean.
If you heard anything, it was just a prayer of thankfulness.
Well, you can say that again. Okay, mister, if you're all right, I got plenty to do back there.
Pruitt?
I wish you'd call me Peter.
How come you knew that truck was going to jump the guardrail?
Oh, the driver told me.
The what?
The driver. See, he had a heart attack and died just before the accident, so he told me while he was passing over.
Oh. Tell me, you still want to go on and see your daughter?
Well, if you don't mind, I hate to be a trouble, but may we?
How can I refuse anyone who just saved my life? Well, Peter?
What, Sam?
We're going to just sit here, watch your daughter and the children playing in the backyard?
Oh, What else?
Well, don't you want to go and see them and talk to them?
What's the use? They couldn't see me. They wouldn't even know I was there.
How do you know?
Your wife, she couldn't. The cop, he couldn't. All the people who trample me when I'm in a crowd, they can't. Nobody can.
Except me.
Except you.
How come I can see you?
I don't know, Sam. But what would I do without you?
Thanks.
See, the kid on the swing? That's Susan. She has freckles. She's 6. The twins are Patrick and Michael. They're 4 now, I guess. And Melinda's the 8-year-old. Little mother, look at her. She's a lifesaver for Margot.
And one more on the way. What are they going to call that one?
A boy, I don't know. A girl, I guess it ought to be Deirdre of the Sorrows.
They look like a happy little family to me, playing in the backyard.
Sure they are. When he's not there, he spoils everything for him. There. See, will you look at that?
That's the villain of the piece, huh? Yeah, big son of a gun.
Yeah, and he's as mean as he's big. Oh, look at that. He just smacked one of the twins for nothing.
Can't you do anything to stop it?
I told you, Sam, I'm not allowed.
Well, couldn't you have before?
Why do you think I'm where I am?
You mean he murdered you?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
I tried to break up a fight one day, and he knocked me half across the room. I fell and hit my head. I was out for nearly 5 minutes. And then I thought it was all right. 2 weeks later, I had what they call a stroke. It wasn't. It was a blood clot from the time I fell.
Didn't you go to the police?
I'd passed over before I found out.
With no way to get back at him?
No. It's very frustrating being a ghost.
It can get pretty frustrating just being alive, too, Peter. When I think of all the wonderful things I might have done for my poor wife, if
what?
Nothing. It's only money.
Money? Don't knock it. Can solve a lot of problems.
And cause just as many. I ought to know.
Me too. But how come you?
I have a friend, Mo Beck. Friend. Every morning and evening on the train, commuting, we play a little gin game. Twice a week, Tuesdays and Friday evenings. Little friendly game. You know, when I was having trouble meeting Eve's hospital bills and all, I figured up over the years how much Mo took me for.
Oh, how much?
$1 here, $1 there. Some big games, a $20 bill. Later, 100, maybe up to 5. Altogether, like $10,000. Would you believe it? The worst part of it is, I know he cheats.
You still play?
Well, what do you figure from a sucker? I figure sometime I either have to win or catch him at it. Who knows? Maybe tonight could be the night.
$10,000.
It's a lot of money. Except who needs it? What could it buy for me?
Oh, I was just thinking what it could buy for my Margot.
What? That skunk would just take it away from her.
Oh, no. She'd pull up stakes and grab the children and leave.
And he would just follow?
Not him. Not if he didn't know about the money, first off. And second, he wouldn't dare. He'd lose the only real stake he's got, the house. Oh, dear.
What?
They're going in the house. I hope he hasn't been drinking. Oh, if I could only do something about him, but I can't think what to save my life.
It's a little late to think of that. But wait a minute. Maybe it isn't too late for your daughter.
Huh?
You just saved my life. Maybe I can do the same for her.
How?
Look, since she took real sick, I haven't been traveling. But my day off today, I still play gin with Mo. I'm still hoping to catch him out.
Oh, even if you did, what?
What do you mean, what?
Well, what good would it do? The money's gone.
No. He's good for it.
You mean that he'd admit that he cheated?
Mo? Never.
Then how could he be good for it?
Oh, you have to know Mo to understand. I mean, when you say gambler, that's just a word. Mo is a gambler. He could cheat to win, kill to win, anything to win. But he loses, he pays up. Pays up and in cash. The way that man is made. And if he ever paid up to me, that would be a lot of dough, wouldn't it?
Well, so's winning a lottery, but who wins?
The surest way is to cheat.
You know how?
Up until you came along, no. Now, I do. You're sure you understand now?
Well, I guess. I never was much of a card player.
Look, gin is the simplest game in the world. You have to have at least 3 of a kind, like, say, 3 aces or 3 fours, let's say, or else a run of at least 3 in a suit. Now, you have 10 cards in your hands, all right? Any combination of runs and numbers that adds up to 10 cards, that gives you gin.
Oh. But what about if you just have 9 cards and 1 left over?
All right, if it's a low card, you go for a laydown. Understand? I mean, you're betting it's lower than the count he has in his hand.
Oh, just like rummy.
It is rummy. Only if you can get all 10 cards first for a laydown in gin, then you score big.
So that's why it's called gin rummy.
That's right. Now, look, you understand what you'll have to do.
Well, sure, he can't see me, so I'll tell you what he's got, what he's looking for. I'll maybe cut the cards an extra time and figure out just how he's cheating you.
That's the idea.
Just hope I can swing it. See, we were never allowed to play cards in my house when I was growing up, so I'm kind of an amateur.
Peter, you're kind of an amateur about everything. You know that? Come on, Peter, cheer up. We're going to get your daughter out of it.
It isn't that, Sam.
What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Now what?
Sam, that you?
Yes, Myrtle. Anything wrong?
No, everything's under control.
Eve, is she all right?
Nothing to worry about. The doctor's with her. I thought you... I heard you talking to someone. Didn't I hear voices down here?
No, I'm all alone.
Oh, now, isn't that funny? I could swear I heard...
That's what I was doing.
What?
Swearing. I tripped coming in the door.
Oh.
But never mind that. What happened to Eve?
Oh, it was one of the bad days, Sam. The pain. I sent for Dr. Maitland.
Well, she's not...
No. Everything's under control. But she was asking for you.
All right, be a good girl and tell her I'll be right up.
Oh, sure. But what are you going to do?
I thought maybe she might want some hot chocolate. She likes that.
I'll get that for her. What she needs from you is you.
If it's me you're worried about, Sam, don't. I wouldn't get in anybody's way.
You better not. Just don't go around scaring anyone like last night.
Oh, I won't. I'll make myself invisible. Hey, now, you better get on up to your wife.
One thing first. What was it you thought you remembered?
Huh? Oh, that. Just why I came here. I mean, why I was sent over.
Why?
Well, Sam, I don't like to tell you, under the circumstances.
It wasn't to fetch someone back?
Well, something like that.
Oh, no, not Eve, please, not my wife. Was it Eve?
I don't know, Sam. Honest. That's all part of what I don't remember.
The terrible thought has swept over Sam suddenly, that the poor lost spirit he has befriended may be a dread messenger come to take his wife from him. Peter no longer is an object of pity, but has reassumed his own presence, a figure of haunting terror, the terror of the real unknown. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
I have a team going with a Carvel store to Ricestown,
Maryland.
Maryland, huh? Right. What's your name?
John Morazzo.
What's your partner's name?
Joseph Nuzzo.
What is this that you told me? He's such a ham that if you put him what?
If you put him in a walk-in box, the product would no longer be kosher.
Now, I asked you before, who's the cake decorator in your Carvel store?
Well, that's going to be a problem, but we hope to overcome this and be able to decorate all cakes made fresh daily on the premises and decorated to your specification.
Did you tell me that your partner's colorblind?
He has a problem.
If you want a green cake, he's liable to give you a purple one?
Yeah, with green icing. Yeah, he has a problem picking colors, but...
He does?
Customer will have right of approval.
John, your Carvel store during the month of January is going to have a buy one, get one free on Sundays.
Right.
Every Wednesday, right?
There'll be a free ice cream, buy one, get one free ice cream sundae every Wednesday during January.
Thank you.
All right, mystery fans, we'll get back to tonight's WOR Radio Mystery Theater in just a moment.
With a haunted and heavy heart, Sam climbs the stairs to his wife's bedroom. But an unexpectedly reassuring report from the doctor and his wife's apparent health have banished any unhappy thoughts from his mind. Temporarily, at any rate. And now he sits by her bed, her hand in his hand, as all true lovers do. With anxious eyes, he traces the face wasted by pain. Her eyes unnaturally bright, but still lit with love, never leave his face, as if memorizing every feature before they dim and fade away.
Don't look so worried, Sam.
I'm not, darling, not now.
Dr. Maitland said I was all right, didn't he?
He said you were stronger than ever.
You know why?
Why?
Because I have to live 10 more days. It's our anniversary, remember?
The 40th.
You don't think I wouldn't be there with you for that?
Of course you will.
You know what it is, Sam? The 40th?
Yes. I've already bought your present.
I'll bet I can guess what it is.
You want me to give it to you now?
Indeed, I do not. Before the anniversary, that's bad luck. I'll wait till the day. And don't you worry, I'll be there.
We'll both be there.
Oh, I'll bet I can guess what my present is. You know, the 40th is rubies.
Yes, I know.
A ruby ring. Oh, I always wanted a ruby ring. I'll bet you can't guess what mine is for you, Sam.
I bet I can't either. But do you want me... Eve? Eve? Oh, thank God, I thought... Oh, you're all right. You're all right still. My present. I wonder if you'll be here to give it to me. I wonder if I'll ever find out. Peter. Psst. Peter.
Here I am, Sam, right here. How's your wife?
She's asleep. The doctor gave her something so she could sleep.
You want me to make myself scarce?
I wish you could just disappear.
I could leave.
No, I need you.
For what? Oh, the game.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
Well, then what?
Have you remembered? You didn't come for Eve, did you?
I don't know, Sam. I hope not, but I don't know.
You couldn't take her away from me.
If I was told to, I'd have to. Oh, a fine friend I've turned out to be after all you were planning to do for me. I better leave. Oh, maybe that's someone coming after me.
I doubt it. Anyone you know wouldn't stop to ring doorbells. Must be Mo, here for the game.
You going to call it off now?
No. If between us we can't do anything else, at least we can be of some use to your daughter. He thinks he's the wolf at my door. He doesn't know he's going to be our little pigeon. Let's go let him in.
Well, what are we playing for, Sam? The usual?
I feel lucky tonight, Mo. You want to raise the ante?
Sure. What'll it be? A tenth, quarter of a cent? What?
How about a center point?
Triples?
Sure.
You really want to take a bath, huh? Okay, you got a deal. Pick up your cards and play.
Okay.
Queen of spades, doubles.
Look, I don't want the lady. Do you?
Oh, I might give her a whirl.
He's got 3 queens, 2 kings, 2 fours, a 9, 10, and a jack, and he dealt off the bottom.
That figures.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. Now, you going to discard?
Sure. How's the 9 of spades grab you?
He wants you to take it so you'll discard the 4.
No, that's not my speed. Let's see the down card. I can use it. I'll give you the 9 of diamonds. That hit you where you live?
Nah, I'm going fishing.
You have a run in hearts using the 4. If you could only fill in with the 7.
He didn't say anything yet. Goes with the cards tonight. They're going to turn on me.
What's your discard?
The lousy 7 spot I drew. Sure hope it isn't any use to you.
Oh, I might just take that. Lucky 7 hearts. Gin.
Oh, you caught me where I live. For a bundle. Let's see. 3 ladies is all I lay. 2 fours is 8, 2 kings makes 28, 2 tens and a jack is 58, plus gin 25 is 83 in 3 boxes.
Doubled. Spades, right?
Right. 166 in 3 boxes. I'm lucky it only goes on 1 game. What's the matter? You out for blood tonight?
Look, I gotta win sometime, don't I?
Yeah, looks like tonight might be the night.
I'll go with 4.
You're murdering me. What do you got, ESP or something? That's another 62 points, puts you out on all 3 games. A Schneider.
A whitewash? How does it feel for a change,
Hey,
Bo?
the evening's young. You're only into me for a couple of hundred. The luck will change. Your deal.
I don't understand. He's still cheating.
With your help, he's not getting away with it.
What are you, mumbling to yourself?
Just tasting the fruits of victory.
Well, enjoy him while you can, friend. It can't keep up this way.
I'm betting it can.
Want to put your money where your mouth is?
Why not?
Raise the stakes?
Sure, name your poison.
5 cents a point.
You got it.
Fine. Now you don't stand a ghost of a chance.
That's what you think, brother.
Gin? Again?
The name of the game.
Well, I don't see how it's possible. That rounds off another board. You know you're 5,200 odd ahead.
I still haven't caught up to what you're into me for the last 10 years, Mo.
You're not out of the woods yet. But I gotta hit the John a moment. Hold everything. I'll be right back.
Pete, you're great. It's working like a charm.
Yeah, it seems to be, but look, I haven't done anything.
What do you mean? You saw he really was cheating, just like I suspected? Now we've been able to cheat him back.
We haven't, Sam. I mean, sure, I could see what he was doing, dealing off the bottom, giving himself sometimes as many as 14 cards on the deal, faking them together so you couldn't see that, laying off 2 or 3 at a time, picking up the same way. But I haven't been able to do anything about it.
What do you mean? I've been winning, haven't I?
Yeah, but not with my help.
What? You mean it's all been sheer luck?
It has to be.
Oh, good Lord. All that money. You know what's the luckiest thing? That I didn't know. I'd have passed out if I'd known.
You better quit while you're ahead.
It's only 5,000.
Only?
Like I said, over the years, I've lost twice as much. I wanted to get it all back for your daughter.
Sam, it's making me too nervous. 5,000 will be more than enough for it. Just let's settle for that.
All right, if you're sure. Watch it. Watch. He's coming back.
Okay, let's get on with it. It's my deal.
Hey, Mo, isn't that enough for tonight?
With you into me for all that dough, you got to give me a chance to get even.
Mo, I'm really tired.
Okay. I tell you what we'll do. 1 hand, double or quits. Now, you can't turn me down on that.
Look, Mo.
What are you going to do? Welsh on an old friend? Come on, Sam. What are you going to throw?
I'm not sure. Here.
No, that would give him chin.
That's the best you can do. I go fishing again. How's Lucky 7?
Hits me right in the middle. That's gin.
Yeah, makes you 10,000 richer.
I can't take it. The card I just threw. Let me see you.
No.
Let me see. Mo, that was your gin card.
Okay.
So we're even.
No, sir.
Mo, listen to me.
Sam, I had a little brush with the Dark Angel the other day. A little heart attack. No, listen to me. It was nothing. I'm okay. But it was enough to make me start doing a little adding up. I play cards, for example, and I like to win. But too much. So I cheat. For 10 years I've been taking you. Now, I'm a methodical man, and I keep records. Guess how much I've bilked you out of?
About $10,000.
Give or take. It's what I owe you. Tonight I'm paying you back here.
What is it?
Certified cash check. For once, I cheated the right way for the other guy. You got enough sorrow in your life as it is. May this help ease it a little.
No, I don't need money.
I know. But what else do I have to offer?
So, the check is off and mailed to your daughter. Her future is settled.
Gee, Sam, I don't know how to thank you.
Doesn't matter. It was found money for me. I don't need it. Now, what do we do about you?
Oh, I wish I could just disappear.
So do I. You're the only ghost I ever heard about who can't.
Well, I could just walk out the door.
What, and be trampled to death?
Well, the streets are pretty clear this time of night.
Has to be a better way. Look, isn't there any way you could get in touch with your superiors? Find your way back to wherever you came from?
I can't seem to think of one.
What, in this day of communications? It seems incredible. Wait a minute.
What?
How about the telephone?
The phone? Who would I call?
You know how it is today. You want to make a complaint stick, you have to go straight to the top man.
Oh, Sam. He wouldn't be in a telephone booth.
How do you know? That's what everyone keeps saying. Just because they don't look it up, they luck out. Come on, let's take a chance.
But how would he be listed?
Under G, I guess.
It'd be a pretty expensive long-distance call.
And worth it.
But, I mean, I hate to put you to the expense.
Don't worry about that. We're on nighttime rates. Here it is.
Where?
Yeah, right between Gockton and Goda. Now, the number is 800...
That's the man himself?
Yes.
Oh, but what would it cost him?
Costs nothing. It's an 800 number. It's toll-free. Why don't you go ahead and dial? You get through?
I don't know. There's no answer yet. Oh. Is this the number I was trying to reach? Oh, yes, sir. I guess it was the number. This is Peter Pruitt. I don't know if you ever... Yes, sir. I know. Even the least of us. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, you see, sir, I got this crack in the head, and I forgot why we... Oh, yes, sir. I see. I'm sorry I wasn't quite with it, but... Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have to? Well, then that's all right. Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm real glad.
Well?
Well, Sam, I know everything now.
You came to take my wife away from me.
No. I came to take you away from her.
What? Well, that's crazy. I'm healthy. I'm not ready to die.
Whoever is.
You can't take me away.
I got no choice.
You don't even know how to get back there.
Now I do. And you're going back with me. It's why I was sent.
But I can't leave Eve. You can't do that to us. She's been waiting for our anniversary. She's been fighting, holding on just to be there.
Sam, what can I say? You're already 24 hours late.
But I'm healthy. I'm well.
Sometimes we are taken in the fullness of health. Who's to question God?
I do. I'm not ready to go without Eve.
Sam, isn't it better this way? You'll be waiting to greet her.
To greet her?
When she comes to join you. For your anniversary.
I can count on that?
Sam, I haven't been very effective up to now, but this one thing I can promise you.
Then maybe I guess I haven't any choice. And maybe I.
That's the only difficult part, Sam. Now, we're all going home.
Suspension of belief. To accept this story, of course, that is necessary. None of us really believes in ghosts, or do we? In that moment, when the end of life comes, where are we headed? Where do we go? It'd be nice to think we had a guide, a friendly hand, even a left-handed one like Peter Pruitt, and to believe at the end of it all that we go to a welcome land. I'll be back shortly.
Here we are in the middle of the cold and flu season. Reports about flu are coming in from all over the country. It helps to know this. When it comes to flu, doctors recommend aspirin more than 2 to 1 over any other fever and pain reliever. That's right. Doctors recommend aspirin more than 2 to 1. That's good to know when you're suffering from the aches, pain, and fever that come with a cold or flu.
Bayer aspirin. It has relieved more aches, pain, and fever than any medication in history. Use only as directed.
I don't know a better way to end tonight's story than with a quote from Shakespeare. Our revels now are ended. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Can we wish more to Sam and Eve and Peter Pruitt, that forgetful ghost who at last remembered the way home? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Do you like your new tie? It makes you look very handsome.